Chapter 1194. Li Yun used his trump card, and the effect was extraordinary. That day, Su Bei was so infuriated that he almost couldn't breathe. Yang Si was a good judge of character. He had long seen Su Bei's fatal advantage. He wanted to save face and suffer. In many situations, face was more important than Su Bei's life. Attacking Su Bei's relatives was not as powerful as attacking his face. Grasping this advantage, Yang Si knew how to scold people. Everything revolved around face, and all words were to serve it. The more Su Bei valued his face, the more Yang Si wanted to rip it off, throw it on the ground, and stomp on it. Hearing the spy report that Su Bei had fainted from anger, Yang Si stroked his mustache proudly. His scolding skills were not inferior to Qiguan ranks. The effect of Yang Si's actions was extraordinary. The situation that Xie Zhe had stabilized with great difficulty was once again in turmoil. The number of deserters increased exponentially. It could be predicted that if this situation continued, the morale of the troops would collapse before Shanwu City ran out of ammunition and rations. Jiang Pingji was still unhurried. Not only did she have no intention of attacking the city, but she also had time to tease Wei Ci and contact her allies. Wei Ci remained motionless. His determination left the people around him speechless. Yang Si was one of the earliest to know the truth. Men and women of the same age were already fighting for their fourth or fifth child. Why was Wei Ci still a virgin? This generation's lord was not good enough. Perhaps this was true love, or, Yang Si thought of his new colleague and frowned so tightly that he could squash a fly. How is Bai Ning whom Zixia recommended to the Lord 2 days ago? Of course he's a talent. Wei Ci said, if Jing Rong has any doubts, you can wait and see for his performance in the next battle. After all, Bai Ning was a newcomer of Nanxing nationality. It was normal for him to be evaluated before he was appointed. Yang Si raised his hand to stop him. No, I'm not doubting your shovel, Ba. He spat in his heart. After hanging out with the frivolous lord for so long, Yang Si couldn't help but be mischievous. For example, the shovel this time was also learned from the lord. When Wei Ci recommended Bai Ning and his daughter to Jiang Pingji privately teased Wei Ci about the sharpness of his shovel. Yang Si did not understand what it meant. Only later did he realize that it was because of the sharpness of the digging shovel. Inexplicably, Yang Si felt that these words were very interesting. It was as if he had been poisoned. Wei Ci, Lord, what have you taught them? Yang Si coughed lightly and finally regained his serious self. He said, don't you think that Bai Ning's daughter, Bai Yuexia, is a little strange? Wei Ci asked, what's strange? She's the same as Commandant Jiang. Both of them are extremely loyal to the Lord. Anyone who isn't blind can see that. It's just that, such a passionate relationship made Si a little worried. Say, the Lord is already. Yang Si stretched out 2 fingers and emphasized Jiang Pingji's age. The Lord is already 21 years old. The military doctor also said that she is full of energy. As her subjects, we should at least persuade her. You know. No matter if it was a man or a woman, holding it in for too long would harm the body. Wei Ci, the point was, Yang Si continued, many people can sense how the Lord treats you, but she hasn't expressed it yet, which makes people worry. I wonder if the Lord is using you as a shield. In fact, she doesn't have feelings for men, but for women. Wei Ci, Yang Si didn't want it to be like this, but he had no experience in following a female lord. If a male lord could develop a love story with his male subordinates, then it was actually possible for a female lord to do the same. Otherwise, it couldn't explain why the lord was still holding back when she was 21 years old. No matter how good-looking Wei Ci was, it was an indisputable fact that he was 27 years old. It's not impossible to think of it this way. Commandant Jiang is crazy, and Bai Yuexia seems to have fallen for it. Yang Si continued to say to himself, regardless of whether the Lord likes men or women, by right, this matter should have nothing to do with us officials. However, the young master is nowhere to be seen. If the Lord is obsessed with women and can't extricate himself, won't such a great foundation be destroyed overnight? This matter will have a great impact. After Bai Yuexia appeared, she and the Lord ate and lived together, went in and out together, and the two of them always had endless topics to talk about. His Lord had always been tender and protective of the fairer sex. Bai Yuexia suffered a lot because of her ugly appearance, so she could win the Lord's love the most. They were so close that Yang Si was so worried that he shaved off his hair. Wei Ci already had a knot in his heart about Bai Yuexia, but Yang Si just had to step on his sore spot. You're thinking too much. The Lord and her are only discussing the attainments of heavenly works. That Bai Yuexia was once taught by the great son of the school of Moism, so she can be considered half a disciple. If her talents can be put to practical use, who knows how many people will benefit in the future. It's only right that the Lord values her. Wei Ci's words were both to convince Yang Si and to comfort himself at the same time. But you're right, we can't help bad trends. Yang Si squinted and smiled. How can we curb bad trends? I'll write a letter recommending Bai Yuexia to go to Wanzhou. The front line is dangerous, and she's not a female soldier in the female battalion. It won't be good if something happens to her. Wei Ci said with a serious face, Zhang Ping is also a disciple of the school of Moism, and his attainments in heavenly works are not low. If the two of them work together, they'll be of greater use. Zhang Ping. Yang Si thought of Zhang Ping's character and couldn't help but feel sorry for him. For a black-hearted person like Wei Ci, all friendships were empty. Zhang Ping had met the wrong people in his life and made a bad friend who pushed him into the fire pit. Didn't Wei Ci's conscience hurt? Yes, he's quite suitable. They're both good-looking and talented. Yang Si sighed. Zhang Ping, the model worker far behind, sneezed. He'd been sneezing for the past few days, and he didn't know who was thinking about him. Yang Si's imagination ran wild, but Bai Yuexia and Jiang Pingji were really innocent. The latter saw that Bai Yuexia was quite intelligent and had an active mind, so she cherished her talent and planned to train her well. Just as the audience in the streaming room said, if the country was built in the future, this girl might be the best candidate for the Minister of Works. The progress of society was gradual. After certain conditions were met, it would naturally enter the next stage. When Jiang Pingji unified the 5 countries in the future, she didn't intend to be special. She still used the imperial system, not because she liked power. How much power could a small farm have? It was only because the imperial system could command power and have the right to guide the development of the entire society. Her will was the will of the entire empire, and no one could defy it. The development of society couldn't be separated from the progress of science and technology. Jiang Pingji didn't think that she could complete the thousands or even tens of thousands of years of human evolution on her own, but she could use the power in her hands to leave the seeds of science and technology in the world and protect them to grow and germinate. As long as they saw the benefits of science and technology and enjoyed the value it created, no class could ignore its appeal. Even without Jiang Pingji's protection, it could still have the soil to survive. Bai Yuexia in front of her and Zhang Ping in Wanzhou were all seeds that she carefully cultivated. Thinking of this, Jiang Pingji's gaze became gentler and more intimate. Bai Yuexia, who was sitting opposite, blushed under her gaze and her heart beat faster. If the Lord was a man, all the women in the world would fall for her. Bai Yuexia took a sip of the tea that Jiang Pingji brewed and felt her whole body full of strength and vitality. Before seeing her idol, Bai Yuexia was perturbed and flustered. She was afraid that Jiang Pingji would despise her appearance, and at the same time, she was worried that the real Jiang Pingji couldn't compare to the virtual image in her mind. If that was the case, wouldn't she be disillusioned? It turned out that the real Lord was better than the her she imagined. She was so good that Bai Yuexia didn't dare to imagine. She was obsessed with the celestial machines, and many thoughts could only be bottled up in her heart. But in front of the Lord, she didn't have such concerns. She could talk freely about her ambitions and thoughts. Chapter 1195. Compared to Jiang Pingji's smooth sailing, Su Bei's situation was far from optimistic. The immoral Yang Si could only blame himself for being too vicious. Every word he uttered threw Su Bei's dignity to the ground and trampled on him mercilessly. Su Bei had never been a broad-minded or open-minded person. On the contrary, he was meticulous and sensitive. He would think of all sorts of things at the slightest sign of trouble. His imagination was very developed. There were advantages and disadvantages to such a personality. In the current situation, the disadvantages far outweighed the advantages. Because he was meticulous and sensitive, Su Bei liked to get into a dead end. Once he got in, he couldn't get out. Yang Si fanned the flames from behind. Every day, he ordered the orderly to use a specially made bronze loudspeaker to shout curses outside the mountain-earned city. His voice could pass through the city walls and float into the city. Su Bei's morale was high. From his initial rage to his subsequent illness, he was bedridden. Yang Si, this fellow, had contributed greatly. If this was how despicable Yang Si was, then he had overestimated his bottom line. This guy had even more despicable tricks up his sleeve. A normal scolding could no longer satisfy his restless heart. He searched for talents in the army and finally found a guy who had been a ventriloquist in his previous life. Yang Si made him perform a ventriloquist performance in front of the barbican in the middle of the night. He even made 100 people cooperate with him. The guards of the barbican were speechless. "I have a curse that I must shout in Yang Si's ear." After repeated torment, they were already exhausted. However, they dared not slack off. They were afraid that the other party would seize the opportunity to attack the barbican. Yang Si grinned. Han Yu is the most cautious person. After 3 to 5 days of trouble, I'm afraid they will collapse. Even a man made of iron had to sleep. With him tormenting the guards of the barbican, even if Han Yu was extremely capable, he would still be badly battered. Li Yun's smile was a little forced. He once again got to know the military advisor Yang. As expected, when these scholars started to act coquettishly, no one else could do it. According to the scouts' report, the number of deserters in the barbican has increased significantly. Actually, they could still struggle at death's door by staying in the barbican. However, Yang Si was too despicable and coquettish. The soldiers were constantly in a state of tension. After a long time, their essence, qi, and spirit would be greatly depleted. If they didn't desert, they would either die or go insane. Yang Si snorted softly and said, "If Su Bei wasn't such a hypocrite, how could he have succeeded so easily?" As the saying goes, men are afraid of entering the wrong profession, and women are afraid of marrying the wrong man. Han Yu didn't choose the wrong profession, but he followed the wrong person. Su Bei could act for a while, but could he really act for a lifetime? Obviously, he couldn't. Speaking of Han Yu, Yang Si felt it was a pity that he trusted the wrong person more than once. Many people could only share the hardships and not the joys. Su Bei was a typical example. When he was still a nobody, he worked hard to set up his image and coaxed Han Yu to help him. When he was at his peak, he revealed his fox's tail. He had already succeeded in suppressing Su Fei step by step, so he didn't need to disguise himself and put in the effort to create a public persona. Su Bei's behavior was the exact opposite of Han Yu's Dao. How could the two of them not be estranged? Young Si understood Han Yu. He understood how painful it felt to have his Dao trampled on by his master. Because what Han Yu was facing now was exactly what Yang Si had experienced. When Yang Si became an official and assisted Prince Changsho, he was sincere at first. Prince Changsho respected the virtuous and treated the poor scholars kindly. Every year, he would allocate a large sum of money to help the poor scholars. Every time there was an assessment, Prince Changsho would generously give up his hot spring hotel in Jishan Hot Spring for the scholars to hold gatherings and poetry meetings. All the expenses were taken care of by him. He had also built quite a number of tea houses, specially opened up a place for the students to display their talents, and provided books for the students to read. If there was a student who performed outstandingly, he would even specially recommend that student and give him the first brick on the road to success. To be honest, was Prince Changsho not a wise ruler? Yang Si was attracted by Prince Changsho like this. He recommended himself to be his right-hand man and help him strategize. Similarly, Prince Changsho didn't manage to wear his mask until the end. The royal family of Dongqing had just fallen apart, and he couldn't wait to bare his fangs. Recruiting the poor was only for the sake of setting up a public persona and accumulating prestige. Rather than saying that he valued the poor, it was better to say that he valued his connections. To him, the poor were just used and then thrown away. Yang Si looked at everything coldly and decisively escaped. Before he left, he even tricked Prince Changsho. Compared to Yang Si's decisiveness of, "If you don't have the heart, I'll stop," Han Yu wasn't as carefree. Or did he still have some expectations for Su Bei? Looking at Shanwu City from afar, Yang Si murmured. Li Yun didn't hear it clearly and asked, "What did the military counselor say?" Yang Si asked meaningfully, "Does Han Mei like hypocritical people?" Li Yun shook his head. Who would like a hypocritical person? Yang Si laughed. But what if this hypocritical person insisted on being a hypocritical person for his entire life? Li Yun was puzzled at first, but then he realized. What's the difference between being a hypocritical person and being truly kind? Yang Si laughed. There's really no difference. Whether it was Su Bei or Prince Changsho, if they could persist in setting up a public persona for their entire lives, so what if they sacrificed their lives and gave their all to assist them? They were equally willing. Unfortunately, both of them didn't persist, so it was expected that they would be abandoned. Before Yang Si left, he said, "Continue to monitor the movements in Shanwu City. Han Yu isn't someone who would resign himself to death." Thinking of Han Yu's face and clean temperament, who would have thought that this refined and elegant young man would have such a ruthless side? He was a ferocious beast. Even if he was on the verge of death, he would save up the last of his strength to bite the flesh of his enemy. He would never be a coward. Yang Si was certain that Han Yu would definitely strike before Shanwu City collapsed, and it would be a ruthless move aimed at the vital parts. But, what would Han Yu do? After several days of deployment, Han Yu hadn't had a good night's sleep for a long time. Apart from the clamor outside the city, there was also the mental pressure. He and Ching Sun came out of the mayor's residence one after the other. He immediately saw Xie Zhe standing outside to ensure their safety. Han Yu lowered his eyelids to hide the disappointment in his eyes. Su Bei had already been forced into a desperate situation by Jiang Pingji's successive tricks. Now he was even more paranoid. He heard that the general had strong yang energy, so he asked Xie Zhe to guard his residence and suppress the yin energy. Because Xie Zhe was his brother-in-law and had a good temperament, there weren't many objections. However, Han Yu was still disappointed. Because Ching Sun was by his side, Han Yu didn't show his emotions. Xie Zhe stepped forward and said, "Counselor, does the Lord have any instructions?" Han Yu didn't speak, but Ching Sun said, "The Lord has ordered Captain Xia to lead the operation." Xia Zhe frowned slightly, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. "It is my honor that the Lord is willing to entrust me with such an important task. I will not let the Lord down." Ching Sun had other matters to attend to, so he left first. Xia Zhe walked Han Yu to the door and turned to look at the door. "If anything happens to me and the Lord is able to solve the current predicament, I would like to ask the counselor to take care of the old and young in my family." Xia Zhe lowered his voice and looked at Han Yu sincerely. Han Yu said lightly, "I will." Chapter 1196. Something's not right. Something's really not right. Han Yu should have made his move by now. Why hasn't there been any news? If Yang Si wasn't so confident, he would have doubted his own judgment. Qiguan Rang fanned himself with the feather fan in his hand, trying to disperse the heat around him. Han Yu is not a good person. If his every move is within your calculations, you would have been the one defeated by Gu Su instead of him. He heard Yang Si's murmur and frowned. "In my opinion, Su Bei can only try his luck with a sneak attack if he wants to turn the situation around." Yang Si replied, "The troops in Shanwu City are all under our surveillance. Where would he deploy his troops for a sneak attack?" Yang Si sent his troops to besiege Shanwu City and keep an eye on it 24 hours a day. Any movement in the city couldn't escape the eyes of the scouts. To put it bluntly, they had already figured out the strength of the enemy. How could a group of dispirited soldiers turn the situation around with a sneak attack? He couldn't figure it out. The premise of a successful sneak attack was that the information of the enemy was not equal. Yang Si had figured out the movements of the enemy. If they dared to sneak attack, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. However, how could Han Yu not see through this? Yang Si replied, "I hate this kind of person. I feel like he's my nemesis." Qiguan Rang's expression turned serious. He agreed with Yang Si's judgment of Han Yu. He was not a coward who would resign himself to death, but he couldn't figure out Han Yu's thoughts. No matter what, it's always good to be prepared. Qiguan Rang said coldly, "Order the soldiers to strengthen their night patrols and don't let go of any suspicious characters. At the same time, send people to keep an eye on the movements of Shanwu City to prevent Su Bei from playing any tricks." Su Bei was the leader of the enemy. Letting him go was like letting a tiger return to the mountain or a dragon return to the sea. Yang Si replied, coping with the changes by remaining unchanged. "That's a good idea. We can't figure out Han Yu's movements." Listening to their conversation, Jiang Nongqin was a little confused. The defeat of Shanwu City is set in stone. Does Han Yu still want to struggle? Just look at Su Bei's face and you can tell that he's a short-lived man. Yang Si smiled helplessly and said, "Even ants live without purpose, let alone humans. You can't give up just because you're at a disadvantage. History tells us that there are many examples of the weak winning against the strong. If he worked hard, he might win." Jiang Nongqin said, "I heard from the two military counselors that Han Yu seems to be a talent." Yang Si said, "He's one of Master Yuanjing's 4 disciples. He's from the same sect as me. His talent is no less than mine. Naturally, he's not simple. He is not as good as you." Jiang Nongqin praised indifferently. Her expressionless face was becoming more and more like their lord. The sudden praise made Yang Si feel flattered. He had worked with Jiang Nongqin for many years, but he had never heard her praise anyone other than the lord. He was the first one. "Officer Jiang, I'm really ashamed of your praise," Yang Si said. "I wonder what's so good about me that Officer Jiang thinks highly of me. Tell him that he will definitely carry this merit forward." Jiang Nongqin raised her eyebrows and her lips curled into an unnoticeable smile. Eyes. Young Si, he couldn't react for a moment. Did Jiang Nongqi mean that his eyes were better than Han Yu's? Han Yu must be blind to have chosen Su Bei. Jiang Nongqi added, although you've been lost before, at least you've forsaken the darkness for the light. Her lord must be the only wise ruler in the world. Those outstanding people who chose other feudal vassals, if they weren't blind, then what were they? Young Si, brainless, and moronic creatures were simply too terrifying. Bai Yuexia and Jiang Nongqin were like this. He really couldn't believe that his lord didn't use Wei Ci as a shield. Maybe military counselor Yang and military counselor Qiguan are thinking too much. Jiang Nongqin also had this question in her mind. She pondered for a long time but couldn't find an answer. No matter how one looked at it, Shanqing was already a dead end. Han Yu had to launch a sneak attack to gain a chance of survival if he wanted to have a chance of survival. But the timing of the sneak attack, the number of troops, and the terrain. Han Yu didn't have any advantages. From Jiang Nongqin's point of view, it was better to defend Shanqing to the death than to take a risk. Maybe the lord, Jiang Pingji, would withdraw the troops if they held back. Of course, the possibility was very small. Jiang Pingji was playing chess with Bai Yuexia. Hearing Jiang Nongqin's words, Jiang Pingji supported her chin with her wrist and looked at Jiang Nongqin. I think Wen Zheng and Jing Rong are right to worry. Jiang Pingji smiled. Because when analyzing the battle situation, we not only have to consider the number of troops and the terrain, but also the personalities of our men. Su Bei is bedridden, so Han Yu has become the leader. The troops in Shanqing have to obey his will. In a sense, understanding Han Yu is the same as understanding the overall movement of the enemy. Yang Si said that Han Yu was not a person who would resign himself to death, so the troops in Shanqing wouldn't really defend Shanqing to the death. Unless Han Yu was pulled down from his position, and someone else was in charge. According to the information they had so far, the possibility was very small. Then what do you think Han Yu will do, my lord? Jiang Pingji stared at the situation on the chessboard and pondered for a while. He is the only one in Su Bei's camp who is good to watch. I'm looking forward to the surprise he will give me. She said straightforwardly, I don't care what kind of conspiracy he has. I'll take it right here. Su Bei's troops are limited. Even if he attacks with all his strength, he won't be able to hurt me. Jiang Nongqin was very interested in Han Yu, whom she had never met before. She wanted to see how capable Han Yu was to be able to baffle her lord. The night was even noisier than the day. All kinds of small animals ran out and made a lot of noise. For the audience in the streaming room, the nightlife had just begun. For those who worked at sunrise and slept at sunset in ancient times, it was time to sleep. Young Si was no exception. He washed up and went to bed. There was a bamboo mat under him, and a thin quilt covered his lower abdomen to prevent him from getting cold in the middle of the night. He fell asleep in a daze. Suddenly, he remembered something and sat up straight. Oh no! I forgot about this. Young Si crawled up and grabbed his clothes. He put on his wooden clogs and walked in big strides while packing his clothes. Qiguan Rang's tent was not far away. Yang Si called out a few times from afar, waking up Qiguan Rang who was about to fall asleep. Yang Jingrong, what are you doing? Yang Si was disheveled. His pajamas were still exposed. His long hair was scattered over his shoulders and back. He had no manners at all. Si suddenly thought of something. Wenjing, do you have any information collected by the scouts? Time is of the essence. Qiguan Rang glanced at the bastard who disturbed his sleep in the middle of the night. He put on his clothes and got up to look for relevant information for him. Yang Si looked carefully with the light of the oil lamp. His face gradually darkened. What's wrong? Chiguan Rang craned his neck to take a look. Yang Si was looking at the deserters that the scouts had found. Ever since the siege of Mountain Urn City, the number of deserters had increased day by day. Su Bei's power had. Something was wrong. Chiguan Rang put the candlestick on the table with a clang and snatched a few rolls of bamboo slips. Well done. What a good move to cross the sea by deceiving everyone. Were the deserters really deserters? Not necessarily. It could be an ambush. Yang Si stood up with the bamboo slips and said hurriedly, "We have to inform the Lord about this as soon as possible." Chapter 1197. What a good Han Wenbin. When did he start plotting this? In his shock, Yang Si took a big step forward and almost stepped on the outer garment that had slipped off his shoulder. If Chiguan Rang had not been kind enough to hold him up, he would have fallen. With great difficulty, he steadied his feet. His eyes widened as he stared at the orange-red flames burning in the central camp. The orange-red firelight was like colorful ink, forcefully and domineeringly spreading out on the black cloth of the night. Chiguan Rang calculated the time in his mind and found out that Han Yu had planned this before Su Pei entered the barbican. In other words, Han Yu advised Su Pei to retreat to the barbican to stabilize the situation. At the same time, he planned the ambush to turn the situation around. The army surrounded the barbican to deplete their morale and increase the number of deserters. The more deserters there were, the lower the morale of the army and the lower the combat power. Unexpectedly, Han Yu took advantage of this. He put on a show to confuse them and asked the soldiers to pretend to be deserters to leave the barbican. The deserters were young and strong. After they left the barbican, most of them became refugees and bandits. A small number of them sought refuge with Jiang Pingji. Of course, they were the deserters of the lowest level. They couldn't meet Jiang Pingji at all. They were recruited as ordinary soldiers. For the sake of safety, these deserters would be put on probation for a while. They wouldn't be allowed to go to the battlefield. The most they could do was to do some trivial things in the rear, such as washing clothes, setting up camp, and carrying weapons. They wouldn't be allowed to touch things like water and grains. Even so, Yang Si and the others still fell into the trap and Han Yu achieved his goal. The deserters behaved themselves. They only worked in a certain area and didn't show any flaws. When the signal was given, they gathered together and robbed the enemy's weapons, which caught the enemy off guard. The number of deserters who surrendered to Han Yu was not large, but it was not small either. Their sudden attack gave Han Yu the upper hand. Xie pretended to be a deserter early in the morning and successfully met with the bandits and refugees outside the barbican. He acted according to Han Yu's plan. He was worried about the lack of weapons, grains, and horses. He didn't expect that Han Yu had already prepared them. At this moment, Xie vaguely understood why Han Yu insisted on defending the barbican and refused to fight no matter how the enemy cursed him. It wasn't that Han Yu didn't want to fight, it was that he had moved some of the supplies outside the city, so the supplies inside the city weren't enough to fight the enemy head-on. In order not to arouse the enemy's suspicion, Han Yu took great pains. Thinking of this, Xie did not know whether he should admire this military advisor or fear him. Success or failure depends on this. Xie put on his armor and picked up his weapon. He gathered his troops and prepared to set off. Following Han Yu's arrangement, the operation went smoothly. Although the enemy's defense was tight, the sudden sneak attack still tore a hole in their defense line. He ordered his soldiers to burn down the tents and create chaos. At the same time, he charged towards the main tent of the Central Army. Just as they were about to fall asleep, many people were woken up by the loud horn as soon as they fell asleep. The enemy came in a menacing manner, and the hastily constructed defense could not stop them at all. The enemy actually broke through the layers of defense and arrived at the main camp. The flames of war spread rapidly. At this hour, Li Yun was still awake. When the sneak attack happened, Li Yun was patrolling on the other side of the camp. When he heard that there was an enemy sneak attack, he hurried over. Enemy attack. When Li Yun arrived, he saw that his lord's tent was ablaze. The rest of the camp was also engulfed in a sea of flames. The battle cries of both the enemy and his allies soared to the sky. Looking at the fire on 3 sides of the main camp, the enemy had at least 10,000 people. In the chaos of war, no one knew where they popped out from. There were 10,000 people. The army was guarding the Barbican tightly. How could these soldiers avoid the scouts' eyes and ears and sneak attack the main camp? Li Yun immediately saw Xie, who was raising his spear to kill. I will deal with this person. All of you quickly go and find the Lord. Do not disobey. The soldiers said, yes. If anything happened to the Lord, they could atone for their sins with their lives. Li Yun's expression was as cold as ice. He suddenly tightened his grip on the white belly of his warhorse and rushed over with his spear. With a clang, the 2 spears collided, making a sound that made people's teeth ache. Li Yun skillfully pushed away Xie's attack with his wrist and blocked his killer move, saving one of his soldiers. Xie. It's actually you. Li Yun snorted coldly. His spear fiercely attacked Xie's vital points. If he was hit, it would definitely pierce through his heart. Xie pursed his lips tightly. He also recognized Li Yun, the young general who had inherited the Xie family's martial arts. Due to the urgency of the war, Xie had not had the time to ask for instructions from his family. Li Yun's face was illuminated by the orange-red flames, softening the sharpness of his aura. With just one glance, a portrait hanging in his father's study flashed across Xie's mind. The man in the portrait was dressed in a black Confucian robe. He was dignified and elegant, but did not lose his heroic spirit. His appearance was like the spirit of heaven and earth. This man was 50 to 60% similar to the Li Yun in front of him. In a flash, Xie remembered the man's identity. He was the eldest son of the Xie family's first line of descent, Xie Qian. If Xie Qian had not met with misfortune, Xie's father would not have been able to obtain the position of master. Speaking of which, Xie Qian had been dead for more than 20 years. He was the only direct descendant of the Xie family who had not been heard of before the incident. The Li Yun in front of him matched his age and looked so similar to Xie Qian. Could it be? What was the relationship between the two of them? Even though he was full of questions, Xie did not speak. The moves in his hands became fiercer and more lethal. Li Yun was not to be outdone. He raised his spear and stabbed at his opponent. Blood relationship, my ass. In troubled times, one had no choice. The two of them had different standpoints. It was a matter of life and death. How could there be any consideration of feelings? Xie's side did not have many men. He already had the advantage of surprise. Once the fight dragged on, his situation would not be good. Seeing this, Li Yun immediately switched from offense to defense. He stuck to Xie like a sticky candy, pestering him until he had no time to care about anything else. Xie was well aware of his situation. He did not care about the bloody hole Li Yun had created on his body. He simply used the method of exchanging injury for injury. His and Li Yun's martial arts skills were on par. If they really fought with their lives on the line, it was hard to tell who would win. The stubborn were afraid of the unreasonable. The unreasonable were afraid of the reckless. Xie was determined not to care about his life. Li Yun was in a dangerous situation. Fortunately, this was Li Yun's home ground. Xie could not kill him without interference. Not long after, Xiaozhe was covered in wounds. Bright red blood flowed from his wounds. You are quite calm. Are you not afraid that Lu Shi will be buried in the sea of fire? Once Lu Shi dies, how can you lowly insects trap the flood dragon? Xiaozhe asked in a hoarse voice as he panted heavily. If it was not for Liyun's excellent hearing, he would not have been able to hear such a chaotic scene. Who did you say would be buried in the sea of fire? Jiang Pingji's voice traveled into their ears. Chapter 1198. My lord, Liyun looked in the direction of the voice in surprise, only to see Jiang Pingji in plain white pajamas with a large but elegant cloak draped over her shoulders. Her brows were much softer than they were in the day, her black hair draped over her shoulders and her pajamas were stained with sticky red blood. She looked like a beautiful Rakshasa. She held a black scabbard in her left hand and a long sword with a narrow, straight, and shiny blade in her right hand. Blood was still dripping from the blade. The faint cloud patterns on the blade were flowing with blood. It made one's breath tighten for no reason. Liyun had just called out Jiang Pingji's identity and immediately cursed under his breath. Sure enough, Xiaozhe ignored his injuries and quickly stabbed his spear at Jiang Pingji. The silver-white body of the spear drew a dazzling light in the air. Xiaozhe's spear skills were outstanding. He used his strength to deflect the soldiers in front of Jiang Pingji and aimed the tip of the spear between her eyebrows. Liyun followed closely, but Xiaozhe's explosive strength was astonishing. He completely disregarded his own life. Even a stab from the spear did not make him pause. Everything happened in a flash, so fast that the bystanders could not react. Jiang Pingji was not in a hurry. Her calm eyes did not stir a single ripple. She flipped her long sword and used the scabbard to block Xiaozhe's all-out attack. She turned around and somersaulted in the air, her long legs stepping on the tip of the spear. Xiaozhe felt an unshakable force hit the body of the spear, forcing him to fall forward. Hanmei, what are you panicking for? Jiang Pingji snorted but did not loosen her foot. Xiaozhe's arm was under the spear due to the way he was holding the spear and falling. Jiang Pingji was stepping on the spear, so he could not move. Of course, the people around him did not give him a chance to fight back. In the blink of an eye, several long swords were pressed against his neck. Liyun was pale from the scene just now. He quickly put away his spear and asked for forgiveness. I don't blame you. Get up. Instead of asking for forgiveness here, why not kill a few more enemies and make up for your mistakes? Jiang Pingji looked down at Xiaozhe, who was covered in blood. Her eyes seemed to flash with a hint of blood. But her expression was too calm. The bystanders could not read her mind. Ordinary people could not read it, but Wei Xi could. He rushed over, panting. By the time he arrived, the soldiers had already tied Xiaozhe's hands behind his back and tied him up. Master, Wei Xi's cheeks were very, very red. His ears were bloodshot and they were so red that they were translucent. It's so chaotic outside. Why aren't you waiting in your tent? Jiang Pingji sheathed the god-slaying sword and looked at Wei Xi disapprovingly. The enemy attacked the camp and the situation was chaotic. Even she could not guarantee Wei Xi's safety. Wei Xi said, when the Lord is in danger, how can I hide? Turtle. Jiang Pingji seemed to have thought of something. She snorted and chuckled. You sound so righteous now. Wei Xi could not help but look embarrassed. Before anyone could react, Jiang Pingji said to the soldier, look after this person. Don't let him die. Liyun replied. Here. As he left, Liyun suddenly thought of something. He could not help but turn his head to look at his lord and Wei Xi's attire. What was that? Why did the cloak on his lord's shoulders match Xixiao's attire? Was it a set? The thought flashed by. The battle around him pulled his attention back. Li Yun did not continue to think about it. The night attack was huge. It did cause Jiang Pingji a lot of losses, but it was not a serious blow. More than 2 hours passed. The enemy soldiers were dead, injured, and captured. Jiang Pingji sat in the temporary main tent and listened to the post-battle report. She had already changed out of that blood-stained cloak. Everyone present was a shrewd person. If she had worn that cloak just now, everyone would know that their lord had shamelessly attacked Wei Ci in the middle of the night and failed. It would be too embarrassing. As the lord, she could not meet people in her sleeping clothes. To be honest, if Han Yu's night attack was not so timely, Wei Ci might have been killed by her. Jiang Pingji's mood was shrouded in dark clouds. The atmosphere in the tent was oppressive and heavy. Where did this group of sneak attack soldiers come from? Jiang Nongqin did not have a night patrol mission today, so she rested early. The enemy suddenly attacked at night. She did not have time to put on her armor. She picked up her weapon and killed the enemy. Her eyes were bloodshot in the chaotic battle. This is a trap prepared by Han Yu early in the morning. I'm afraid he started the plan as soon as he entered the barbican, Yang Si said. I sent people to torture the captives. The conclusion we got also confirmed this speculation. Han Yu ordered the elites to pretend to be deserters to avoid the scouts and lower the alertness of our army. As the two armies were in a stalemate, the number of deserters gradually increased. The number was not too small, but not too large either. It was all within Yang Si and the others' expectations. Because of this, the people did not look at the deserters suspiciously at first. Sneak attack the main camp of the main army. What a beautiful plan. If the Lord was not in the main camp and had superb martial arts skills, Han Yu's plan might have succeeded. Jiang Nongqin snorted coldly and said darkly, if anything happens to the Lord, I must cut that traitor Han's throat with my own hands. Yang Si shivered involuntarily when he heard her icy voice. He did not dare to doubt the truth of Jiang Nongqin's words. Jiang Pingji sat on the seat of honor and said, it's a good thing that Han Yu's soldiers are in danger, because he has shown his last bargaining chip. There were tens of thousands of soldiers ambushing the camp that night. All the elites had been sent out, which meant that the defense inside the barbican was very weak. Everyone, take a break. Jiang Pingji sneered. Break the barbican at daybreak. Everyone said. Yes. There were still more than 2 hours before daybreak. Jiang Pingji asked them to go back to sleep so that they could recover their energy before attacking the barbican. However, these people had just gone through a tangled battle. Every one of them seemed to be on steroids. How could they sleep? In the night attack, the newcomer by Ning showed the demeanor of an experienced general. If it were not for his timely response to organize the defense and counterattack, the casualties of our army would have been even greater. This made others more certain of Wei Ci's shovel. Indeed, when the shovel was used, all the people were talented. Just now. Was the Lord wearing your clothes? Bai Ning moved closer to Wei Ci and asked in a low voice. Wei Ci staggered and almost fell on the ground. He denied it decisively. It was dark. You must have seen wrongly. Bai Ning curled his lips and snorted in disdain. He was not the only one with a discerning eye. No one else raised any objections. It was obvious that the person beside him had an affair with his lord. Bai Ning said meaningfully, you have to work hard. Although he was a newcomer, his lord was close to his daughter's age. Bai Ning could not help but put himself in the role of an old father. He secretly worried about his lord's next generation. Which of the feudal lords in the world would still have a child at their age? Without the young lord, they would not feel at ease. Wei Ci was speechless. The army was ready to go, waiting for the first ray of sunlight to arrive. The atmosphere in the barbican was so heavy that it could drip water. Hanyu had not slept the whole night with his eyes wide open. Standing on top of the wall, he saw the enemy's camp burning in the distance. His heart was in his throat. Did they succeed? Or did they fail? Hanyu's heart was in turmoil, like a piece of fresh meat boiling in a pan of oil. Chapter 1199. Cough, cough, cough. Wenbin, did we win? Or did we lose? Su Bei's complexion was haggard and yellowish. His eyes were dark and bloodshot, and his forehead was tied with a gray headband. Young Si had infuriated him, and Su Bei was a sensitive and thoughtful person. Not only did he not get better after being bedridden, his condition worsened rapidly. It was as if his entire being had been hollowed out. It was difficult for him to even turn over and sit up. He held onto Hanyu's hand tightly with his skinny hand and turned his body sideways to face Hanyu. His widened eyes flashed with desire and urgency. Su Bei licked his dry and cracked lips and said in a hoarse voice, "Wenbin, tell me." Hanyu was dressed in a dark green Confucian robe. He knelt beside Su Bei's bed in an upright posture. His calm eyes carried a chilling heaviness. Su Bei didn't know if it was the lighting in the room or if it was an illusion, but he noticed that Hanyu's long hair wasn't as black and silky as it used to be. Su Bei couldn't help but hold on to Hanyu's right hand tightly. He stared at Hanyu's lips without blinking, hoping that Hanyu's mouth would reveal some good news. Hanyu didn't speak for a long time. The two of them were in a stalemate in silence for a long time. Silence was better than words. Although Hanyu didn't say the answer, Su Bei already understood. Did we lose? So that's how it is. Su Bei let go of Hanyu's hand. His body that was lying on his side lost its support and he fell back onto the bed weakly. He stared at the ceiling of the sleeping quarters with lifeless eyes. His already heavy and powerless body became even more tired, as if someone was dragging him down. I knew this day would come. I didn't expect it to come so soon. In the end, I underestimated Lanting. Su Bei's tightly knitted eyebrows relaxed. His expression was strangely calm, and there was no trace of the hysteria he had shown a few days ago. He asked, "Are they going to attack?" Hanyu then said, "The enemy has already started to attack the city. The city is empty of soldiers and supplies. I'm afraid we won't be able to defend until sunset." Su Bei tilted his head to look at Hanyu. Even such a simple action seemed to require a lot of effort. "Wenbin, you and I are lord and minister. There is one thing that I, Pei Ho Yen, would like to plead with you. I hope that Wenbin will consider it carefully." Su Bei panted and said in a weak voice, "Zhe County has already fallen into the hands of Lanting, but the whereabouts of the people in the residence are still unknown. Pei is worried. If Wenbin has the strength to spare, please take care of them in the future and protect their lives. This way, Pei will be able to smile even in the underworld." Hanyu gazed deeply at Su Bei. "My lord, you don't have to persuade me. I know what to do. If I admit defeat to Lanting, according to her temperament, she will probably lock me up and treat me like an idler. As long as I know my place and don't cause trouble, I won't have to worry about my life for the rest of my life. However, this isn't what I'm seeking." Su Bei coughed a few more times. His calm eyes flickered with a scarlet color, as if a terrifying beast was lurking within. His gaze was firm and decisive. Furthermore, even Su Lingwen has the courage to fight to the death. Why would I be afraid of death? If I drag out an ignoble existence now, I'm afraid that he will laugh at me to death. Hanyu pursed his lips tightly. His complexion became paler and paler, as if a thick layer of white ash had been applied to his face. "Yes, Upon hearing Han Yu's promise, a faint blush appeared on Su Bei's yellowish cheeks, as if he had been injected with a new lease of life. He made a move to stand up, but Han Yu raised his hand to help him up. Wenbin, help me prepare a brush and ink. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you to deliver my family letter. Han Yu helped him get the brush and ink. Su Bei's fingers trembled as he lifted the brush. Before the tip of the brush could land, it fell onto the table with a clang. The ink splashed onto the table, forming several round black stains. He gritted his teeth and picked up the brush again. Although it didn't fall this time, the words he wrote were weak and feeble. Rather than calling it a family letter, it would be more accurate to call it a suicide note left behind by Su Bei for his family. There was nothing special in the contents of the letter. He urged his son to study hard and become a talented person who would benefit the people of the world and the country when he grew up. He also urged his daughter to not forget the teachings of her parents and to be filial to her in-laws and to respect her legal mother after she reached marriageable age. He also urged his wife to take care of the family business. If she met a suitable man in the future, she could take half of the family's wealth and remarry. When Su Bei finished the last stroke, he had used up almost all of his strength. Han Yu silently dried the letter for him, added wax, and loaded it into the letter. It's been hard on you all these years. Su Bei seemed to have lost all of his strength. He hunched his back and sat in front of the table, watching as Han Yu put the letter into his pocket. Han Yu replied, "It's not hard." For Han Yu, his past experiences were all attempts. Regardless of whether he won or lost, they were all invaluable experiences. The only way he could avoid the same pitfalls in the future was to learn his lesson and avoid the same pitfalls in the future. Su Bei's lips opened and closed. His dry eyes seemed to be brimming with tears. He didn't say a single word for a long time. The sun in the sky had already begun to incline to the west. Su Bei said quietly, "Wenbin, you can leave. I want to be alone for a while." Han Yu silently stood up and walked to the door before stopping. Xan Zhao, do you still remember that year when we first met in the waterside pavilion? When you and I talked about the situation of the world and expressed our thoughts, what did you promise me? Su Bei was startled. His slow brain didn't react immediately. He spent a lot of effort to search for that memory and said with uncertainty, to look at the beautiful mountains and rivers together. Han Yu replied without turning his head, "Xan Zhao, do you still remember it? Are you going to break your promise now? I'll have to trouble Wenbin to look at it for me." Su Bei smiled bitterly. "If Lanting ascends to the throne, remember to come to my grave and inform me. If he lost to such a person, he wouldn't have died in vain." Although Su Bei was born into an aristocratic family, he also wanted the world to be at peace. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see it now. Han Yu's eyes dimmed a little. "All right." Not long after Han Yu left, he bumped into Ching Sun, whose clothes were stained with blood. "Where's the Lord?" Han Yu replied, "In the house." Ching Sun looked at Han Yu from head to toe and suddenly understood everything. "Why didn't you persuade the Lord to break out of the encirclement?" Ching Sun gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Han Wenbin, I originally respected you, but now I see that I was blind. As a subject, you don't do your best for the Lord. Instead, you want to let go at a time of crisis. What are you doing to the Lord?" Han Yu said, "I tried my best." He had used his final trump card, but he still couldn't kill Lu Shi. His defeat was inevitable. Ching Sun's anger didn't abate. Looking at Han Yu's indifferent reaction, he became angrier. He scolded, "If the master is humiliated, the subject must die. If the master dies, the subject must die too. Are you afraid of death? The enemy hasn't even entered the city, but you've already thought of all the escape routes. Are you trying to use us to curry favor with Thief Lu? Han Yu looked at Ching Sun coldly. Fame is a worldly possession. I don't need to care about what others say. If you think I'm afraid of death, I have nothing to say. Ching Sun was so angry that his fingers were trembling. You have betrayed the Lord's trust. Chapter 1200. A Clear Conscience. Ching Sun sneered. How do you have the cheek to say that? Han Yu responded indifferently. Just like what he had told his mentor, Master Yuan Jing, his Tao was law and justice, not a specific person. He wanted to put his ideas into practice and help the people create a fair and just society. Even if he couldn't do it, he still hoped to pass on his Tao so that his descendants could see it. At the end of the day, it didn't matter who brought about this golden age. It would be great if it was Su Bei, but it would be a pity if it wasn't him. Han Yu said, I'm different from you. You don't understand. I don't understand. I hope that if you surrender to Lu Shi, he will forgive you for raiding the main camp at night. Ching Sun didn't understand and didn't want to understand. He sneered, Han Wenbin, I hope that you have a bright future. Next year, you will have 3 ministers and 9 ministers. Ching Sun used to like Han Yu in the mirror, but he didn't know that Han Yu's nature was like this. Even if his lord didn't want to leave, he should persuade her. If he couldn't, he would die with his lord. How could he drag out an ignoble existence? He didn't know that Han Yu knew Su Bei too well. Su Fei was trapped in the Barbican and failed to escape after the city was breached. He hung himself in the farmhouse's courtyard in despair. Su Bei didn't want to lose to Han Yu, and he didn't want to follow his old path. It was impossible for him to escape. It would be futile to persuade him. Han Yu looked down coldly. Thank you for your kind words. For Han Yu, life and death weren't scary. What was scary was that his death would be meaningless. Everyone had their own choices. Ching Sun was loyal to his lord and wasn't afraid of death, but he was loyal to his heart and Tao. He couldn't die yet. Ching Sun was furious. He put his right hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist and pulled it out to stab Han Yu. Han Yu couldn't dodge in time. His left upper arm was pierced, and his whole arm was soaked with blood. If Ching Sun had moved a little more to the side, he might have hit Han Yu's heart and killed him. Ching Sun pulled out his sword and wanted to stab again. He didn't expect Han Yu to be so fast. He also pulled out his sword to defend. Ching Sun's sword stopped in midair. He couldn't stab a second time. Finally, he threw his sword away angrily. Humph, he despised people like Han Yu who had no backbone the most. Killing him would only dirty his hands. Han Yu had no choice but to put his sword back into the scabbard. He covered the wound on his left arm with his right hand and smiled bitterly. This was the saying, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Although the terrain of Shanwu City was treacherous, when Su Fei was stationed here, Su Bei had forcefully demolished the buildings. Now that he was trapped in Shanwu City, those buildings that had not been repaired in time became his greatest burden. On Jiang Pingji's side, she had been suppressing a bellyful of anger. The firepower used to attack the city was extremely fierce. The generals and soldiers started attacking the city at dawn. Apart from resting and reorganizing a few times in the middle, they spent the rest of the time violently demolishing the city. Jiang Pingji tore the city gate with her bare hands and led the troops to break through the gate of the Barbican. Bai Ning, the main force of the left corps, was dumbfounded. So there was this kind of operation in war. No, wasn't that their lord? Why did she have to personally lead the charge on the battlefield? Even ordinary generals wouldn't easily go down to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Why were you so excited as a lord? With his good eyesight, Bai Ning was sure that not only was his master excited, but she was also trembling with excitement. Oh no, will my daughter still be able to get married? He could only blame his lord for being too charming. She was like a god of death descending on the battlefield, perfectly displaying the beauty of her strength. Which young lad could resist her? Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, they all admired the strong. Otherwise, why would there be the saying, beauties love heroes? Not only was his lord beautiful, but she also had the strength to suppress countless heroes. Wouldn't his Yuexia's soul be hooked by such an outstanding person? When Bai Ning thought about this and saw those ugly enemies, he was even more furious. His archery skills were excellent, and he was also good at commanding troops. After Wei Xi's recommendation, Jiang Pingji appointed Bai Ning as the dubois of the military camp, which was equivalent to the dubois commander. However, Bai Ning was a first-line combatant. There were many opportunities for him to render meritorious service. Coupled with his own abilities, he could be promoted in a short period of time. Otherwise, if she gave Bai Ning a high position from the beginning, it would be difficult to convince the other soldiers. Bai Ning did not disappoint Jiang Pingji's arrangements. He performed outstandingly in a few small battles. The siege this time was also very eye-catching. Jiang Pingji could tear the city gate with her bare hands. If Bai Ning did not lead the troops to provide cover and assistance, it would not have been so easy to conquer Shanwu City. The war drums roared, and the sound of killing shook the heavens. The smell of blood rushed to the sky. Countless broken limbs and corpses were piled up on the city wall. Bright red blood seeped into the mud, mixing with the smell of mud and wafting in all directions. Although the city gate was broken, the remaining soldiers did not scatter in all directions. There were still some who stayed behind to resist. In the end, they were killed or captured. You do have some skills, Jiang Pingji spat and swung the long sword in her hand in the air. The fresh blood on the blade was flung away, and the sword returned to its original white and shiny body. If it were an ordinary soldier, he would not have the slightest intention to resist in such a disadvantageous situation. He would have either surrendered or fled. The remaining soldiers in Shanwu City were stubborn. It was obvious that they were the last elite troops under Su Pei's command. Jiang Pingji did not let her men kill them all. Instead, she ordered them to kill those who could be captured and those who could not be captured. The three armies marched straight into Shanwu City. Before the sun completely sank below the horizon, the last line of defense in Shanwu City was broken. The night sky gradually darkened. The flames in Shanwu City grew brighter and brighter. The sky was dyed with an orange halo. Jiang Pingji glanced at it. The orange light reflected in her eyes. She suddenly guessed something. Su Xinzhao. Why? She murmured and sighed. Her murderous aura was completely restrained. She did not look as happy as before. Instead, she looked regretful. The audience was still chatting and chatting. Their relaxed mood made Jiang Pingji's heart sink. She did not have a deep friendship with Su Pei, but they had been brothers in the past. They were half friends. On the other side, Ching Sun's face was covered in tears. He hugged a wooden bucket and fetched water from a water jar in an attempt to extinguish the fire. However, the main buildings in Shanwu City were made of wood. Coupled with the dry weather, the fire spread extremely fiercely. How could he extinguish it? There were only a few servants and soldiers fetching water to extinguish the fire. It was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. In the end, Ching Sun made up his mind. He raised the wooden bucket filled with water above his head and poured the water on himself. He wet the thick blanket brought by his servant and draped it over his body. Then, he dashed into the sea of fire. The fire in the room was so strong that he choked and coughed. He could vaguely see a charred corpse on fire. He covered the charred corpse with a thick quilt and dragged it out without any mishap. My lord, my lord. Why did you abandon Gong Luo? The charred corpse was burnt beyond recognition. However, Ching Sun could still recognize its identity at a glance. Chapter 1201. Qing Yuan did not expect to see his elder brother under such circumstances. Ching Sun knelt beside a charred corpse as if he had lost his soul. The surrounding wooden buildings were burnt to a crisp. Eldest brother, Qing Yuan called out tentatively, his eyes filled with suspicion and uncertainty. Because of the large age gap between the two brothers, Qing Yuan's deepest impression of his elder brother was the figure of him studying hard under the window. Words like playful and lazy would never have anything to do with Qing Sun. After Qing Sun got married, he took his wife to another place to be an official. Qing Yuan followed his father, so the two brothers did not have much contact. Even so, the two were closer than ordinary brothers of the gentry. Qing Yuan also respected and admired his elder brother. After so many years, Qing Yuan still wanted his elder brother to see how he had grown. The two brothers sat down to reminisce and chat about their daily lives. Unfortunately, the world made fools of people. Qing Sun became an official to Su Bei, and Qing Yuan worked for Jiang Pingji. The two brothers were enemies. When two tigers fought, one would definitely be injured. Su Bei had failed, and Qing Sun was about to become a prisoner. Qing Yuan was afraid that the soldiers would hurt Qing Sun, so he hurried over. Perhaps he was luckier. Qing Yuan did not take many detours before he found Qing Sun. He ordered the soldiers to retreat and went straight forward to stand beside Qing Sun. The air was filled with the strange smell of burnt flesh, along with the nauseating smell of blood and iron. Qing Yuan's gaze shifted to the charred corpse. A bold idea crept into his heart. Eldest brother looked like this. Could this charred corpse be Su Bei? Before he could come up with an answer, Qing Sun moved his stiff neck. His eyes were bloodshot. Gong Liao, I didn't expect you to come. Qing Sun was still unwilling to accept reality, but Qing Yuan's appearance caused his last line of defense to collapse. Qing Yuan saw that his elder brother was in a bad mood and did not dare to speak, lest he triggered Qing Sun's sensitive and fragile nerves. Without waiting for Qing Yuan to speak, Qing Sun laughed coldly and asked, "You want to bring people to capture me?" "I was afraid that the soldiers would be careless and offend you. That's why I hurried over. Even if I capture you, I won't allow them to hurt or humiliate you. You can rest assured about this." Qing Yuan said honestly, "Come to think of it, eldest brother has been away from home for 10 years. Father and mother miss eldest brother very much. The two elders are getting on in years, why don't you go back and visit them?" Qing Yuan subconsciously brought up his old parents. At the mention of his parents, Qing Sun's numb gaze became a little more rippling, like the surface of a lake that was wrinkled by the breeze, but it quickly disappeared. "It's my fault for not being able to serve my parents. I'll have to trouble Gong Liao in the future." Qing Yuan's heart skipped a beat. An ominous premonition crept into his heart and he could not get rid of it no matter what. "What do you mean by that, eldest brother?" Qing Yuan asked. "It is the responsibility of a son to serve his parents. You are still the eldest son of the family." He had a premonition that if he didn't wake Qing Sun up, he might do something crazy. Our lord was defeated and forced to burn himself. With such a deep hatred, Gong Liao, as an official, don't you think I should avenge our lord? Qing Sun raised his hand to shake off Qing Yuan's hand and struggled to stand up. He had been kneeling for too long. His legs were numb and swollen. If he hadn't used his willpower to support himself, he would have collapsed a long time ago. Qing Yuan's face paled. If Qing Sun was seeking revenge, wouldn't that mean? He shuddered. Qing Yuan was certain that his elder brother wanted to stir up trouble, or that the other party's emotions weren't right. Our Lord has given me a new lease on life, Qing Sun said. Qing Yuan gritted his teeth. He wished he could shake his elder brother's shoulder to wake him up. What kind of bewitching potion did Su Bei feed him? Duke Axan Zhao has already been defeated. The winner is king and the loser is the bandit. Since ancient times, it has been this cruel. If the person who was defeated today wasn't Duke Axan Zhao but our Lord, do you think Axan Zhao would be magnanimous enough to let her off? It was Duke Axan Zhao's own choice to burn himself and wasn't forced. What hatred is there? It was true that a scholar would die for a bosom friend. Qing Yuan also admired those famous scholars of unquestionable integrity. However, when these words were used on his own family, Qing Yuan couldn't accept it no matter what. Eldest brother Qing Sun had parents, children, and a virtuous wife who married him. What right did Qing Sun have to abandon everything and follow his former master without a second thought? Chaos had begun to appear in the 5 countries. There were 40 to 50 feudal lords of various sizes in Dongqing alone. Most of them didn't even cause a stir before they were swallowed up by the neighboring feudal lords. Su Bei was merely following their old path. His elder brother had only been serving under Su Bei for 3 to 4 years. Qing Yuan didn't think much of Su Bei. Why did his elder brother become so stubborn? Qing Sun laughed coldly, his words powerful and resonant. I swear to die before surrendering to Lu Shi, and I won't associate myself with such a despicable person. No matter how well Jiang Pingji did, in Qing Sun's eyes, she wasn't orthodox. She was born into an aristocratic family, yet she did despicable things. She was friendly to the poor but alienated the aristocratic families. All these years, she had done everything under the banner of serving the people. She was but a sanctimonious hypocrite. To put it bluntly, she was just carrying the banner of righteousness and plotting for herself. She was a rebel who didn't respect the orthodoxy. Apart from Su Bei's self-immolation, Qing Sun similarly couldn't accept working with a group of people who couldn't be seen in public after he surrendered. Qing Yuan was anxious and angry. How could his lord allow others to casually slander her? Even if this person was his elder brother, he couldn't. Our Lord is a wise ruler who truly has the ambition to pacify the 4 seas. Even father agrees and affirms her. Why is elder brother so stubborn? Qing Yuan regretted his words as soon as he said them. He didn't regret retorting, but he regretted speaking too harshly. Qing Sun snorted in contempt. How can a boorish and lowly man accomplish anything? Qing Yuan didn't want to argue with him, lest the 2 brothers get angry. Elder brother, why don't you calm down and think about your parents, sister-in-law, and nieces and nephews at home? Is Su Bei really worth your trust? He was born into an aristocratic family, but he's definitely not the wise ruler you're looking for. Even if it's not the Lord, he'll be defeated by someone else, Qing Yuan said. Elder brother, you despise the Lord and are unwilling to submit and become an official. It's good to be idle at home. When the world is at peace, it's not impossible for you to become an official and show your ambitions. Qing Sun laughed coldly. People who walk different paths can't make plans together. He and Lu Shi would never walk the same path. He would rather die if he had to work for this person or rely on his whims. Qing Yuan was helpless. He could only harden his heart and summon someone to temporarily detain Qing Sun. This was to prevent Qing Sun from doing anything irrational in the heat of the moment. Su Bei had just died. Moreover, he had set himself on fire. Such a death was a huge blow to Qing Sun's spirit. Unexpectedly, Qing Sun drew his sword to defend himself. Due to his status, the soldiers didn't dare to be ruthless. Instead, they stabbed him several times. Qing Sun laughed coldly, his expression crazed. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the stone wall in the courtyard and a trace of hatred flashed across his heart. No, Qing Yuan's arm was injured by Qing Sun while he was trying to stop him. Before he could regain his senses, he saw Qing Sun crash into the wall. A muffled thud sounded in the air. Chapter 1202. What Qing Sun said quickly reached Jiang Pingji's ears. She listened in silence for a long time without any expression. After a long while, she said, "After all, he was Mr. Wen Fu's eldest son and Gong Liao's eldest brother. The dead should be respected, and the grudges between them should be written off. He was willing to sacrifice himself for his master, so I couldn't argue with him. Let Gong Liao collect it and bring it back to be buried." It was impossible for Jiang Pingji to say that it was not popular. At the same time, she felt somewhat helpless. According to what she had been taught since childhood, suicide was an act of cowardice. Whatever the reason, it was despicable. Jiang Pingji would rather give her head to someone else than end her own life. She could not understand Qing Sun's choice. Selfishly speaking, she would rather have a confrontation with Qing Sun in front of her. It was better than slamming into the wall and committing suicide in front of Qing Yuan. He would rather die, but if he did so, how would his wife and children, as well as his parents, be able to handle themselves? Jiang Pingji thought of Qing, whose hair had turned white. She frowned. The livestream viewers were dumbfounded the entire time. First, Su Pei had set himself on fire, then Qing Sun had slammed his head into the wall. Although they had different standpoints, many people still sighed when they heard the news. The ones who were the most heartbroken were those who used to be Su Bei's fans. Back then, Su Bei was also a gentle and elegant gentleman who had garnered many fans. Secret dried plum, it's not scary to lose. As long as there's life, there's hope. Why is Su Bei so stubborn? Jiutian Zanbahuang, the world is in chaos. This is a tragedy for the Su brothers. Su Fei was forced to hang himself by Su Bei, and Su Bei burned himself in the face of desperation. To them, as long as they take a step back, they won't have to die. Even if they lose their former glory, it won't be a problem for them to be an ordinary rich man. The question is, can their pride tolerate this outcome? He would rather die than live an ignoble life. Everyone has their own ambitions, and this is their own choice. Outsiders will at most sigh with emotion. To put it in an inauspicious way, if our host is also faced with this kind of situation where she has to drag out an ignoble existence to survive, according to her temperament, she will most likely make the most intense choice, right? It was not difficult to live, but it was difficult to take a step back. Whether it was Su Fei or Su Bei, if they were willing to surrender, they would be able to preserve their lives. However, neither of them was willing to do so. To them, self-esteem was more important than life. Death was not scary, but surviving required great courage. Therefore, their deaths were already destined. If Su Bei's death could still be understood, then Qing Sun's suicide by ramming his head into the wall had sparked discussion among the audience. Everyone had their own opinions. Many viewers were impressed by his loyalty, but another group of viewers did not agree. Qing Sun's loyalty to his lord, Su Bei, was very deep, but what about his duties as a son, a husband, and a father? Don't forget, Mr. Qing wasn't young in this era. Suddenly hearing the news of his eldest son's suicide, would he be able to take the blow? The audience had never seen Qing Sun before. They only labeled him as Qing Cheng's eldest son and Qing Yuan's elder brother. His death was straightforward, but how long would it take for his family to recover from this? If it was a conspiracy theory, would Qing Sun's wife and children blame the streamer, Jiang Pingji? Just this thought alone made the audience's impression of Qing Sun even worse. If it wasn't for the phrase, "the dead should be respected," Qing Sun's name would probably be hung up and scolded by them. After conquering the Barbican, there were still many things that needed to be dealt with. As the Lord, Jiang Pingji could toss the trivial matters to her subordinates, but there were some things that she had to deal with personally, such as taking over Su Bei's family assets and recruiting talents who could still be used. Of course, ordinary people didn't need Jiang Pingji to deal with them. They didn't have that kind of power, but Han Yu was different. It's been many years. How are you, Wenbin? Jiang Pingji and Han Yu were considered schoolmates. She had known Han Yu before she went to Langyi to study, so the two of them could be considered friends. Han Yu wasn't tied up, but he was confined to a small tent and couldn't go out. Although he looked a little haggard, his eyes were bright. His vigor didn't make him look like a prisoner at all. Jiang Pingji casually sat on the other side of the table in front of Han Yu and secretly sized up the young man opposite her. Han Yu asked, "What are you looking at, Master Lanting?" Jiang Pingji said, "I've heard that time is like a knife, and every knife makes one grow old. But God is partial to Wenbin, and it doesn't seem to be applicable to you. I still remember the first time I saw Wenbin on the bank of Ishui River. He was as beautiful as a painting, and he was stunning. Han Yu was indeed stunning when he was young." Many people in the audience still had postcards with high-definition screenshots of that time. He was a tall young man in a blue scholar's robe. His skin was as delicate as flawless porcelain. He had bright eyes, red lips, white teeth, and a natural smile. It seemed that no amount of words could describe how good he was. Han Yu's expression didn't change. He smiled faintly and said, "I think it's more appropriate to say that to Zixiao. If Jiang Pingji was a man, those words would be at most a little gay." The relationship between a lord and her subjects had always been very close, but it was also very pure. There were many lords who wrote love letters to their subjects in history. But Jiang Pingji was a woman, so her words seemed a little ambiguous. "I'm just lamenting how fast time flies and how fate plays tricks on people. I have no intention of disrespecting you." Jiang Pingji waved her hand and explained. She didn't want the grape trellis in the backyard to collapse. "You at that time couldn't have imagined the situation today." Han Yu frowned and asked, "Me at that time? What about Lord Lanting? Did you foresee that?" "Of course I did. I, Lu Shi, am not a person who is willing to live in peace." Jiang Pingji smiled and said, "Don't you think that Dongqing was so rotten that it was suffocating? Rotten things should be dug out early so that new flesh can grow. Leaving the rotten flesh without treatment will only make the wound covered with luxurious brocade, which will only make the flesh inside rot deeper and more serious. I would rather die a heroic death than die a nameless death." She had the genes to cause trouble in her veins. "Rotten?" Han Yu raised his eyebrows and asked calmly, "Where?" Han Yu had analyzed Jiang Pingji many times, but he didn't give a detailed analysis. Only now that he was in close contact with her, he realized that the real Jiang Pingji was very different from the person he had imagined. The other lords would try to cover up their shame no matter how unbearable they were. But Jiang Pingji was straightforward and not afraid of slander. Was she not scheming at all, or was she too open? Now it seemed that it was the latter. Merits and demerits would be judged by later generations. Chapter 1203. Before Han Yu could open his mouth, the audience in the streaming room was already boiling like boiling water. "Miji Swanmei Tang, get out of the way, everyone. The streamer is going to use her trump card. Attention, high energy ahead. The target, Han Yu, is about to be caught." Tudu Feicho, as a veteran in the streaming room, I have witnessed the streamer seducing all kinds of talents with my own eyes. Do you think I'm lucky enough to buy a lottery ticket? According to the streamer's character, Han Yu will most likely be recruited by her. Piggy Peppa, can she summon the dragon god and ascend to the throne after gathering 7 talents? Gue Kai Guo Fengxiu, the streamer has been streaming for so many years. When has she ever failed to recruit talents? Inuaja Jugachinmo, it's enough for you to be naughty for a while. Isn't it boring to be naughty for tens of thousands of times? I don't think it's that easy for the streamer to win Hanyu. The ancient people were different from the modern people. The ancient elites all had their own tempers and ambitions. They all had their own criteria for choosing their lord. If the streamer can't hit Hanyu's weak spot, how can she win his heart? Although Hanyu used to be in Su Bei's camp, he was still Master Yuanjing's disciple. His card attribute was SSR. Can't you show some respect? Free Lemon, the person above is also playing the same game. Hold your baby tight and draw Hanyu's SSR card last night. Bao Bao Lai Kai Tang, same to the person above. I'm waiting for the game officials to release a more detailed instance of Hanyu's card. Jiang Pingji's streaming room had spawned a series of doujin properties. Some time ago, there was a CGI, money-eating, game with the core of collecting cards. The players were invisible people who traveled through a different world. They spent money to draw cards. Each card had a different attribute and could open different game branches. Each card came with a different instance, such as a parade, a flower party, a poetry party, a hunting party. As long as the favorability was high enough and the amount of money spent was high enough, the players could get married after their favorability reached a certain level. The most ridiculous thing about the game was that there was no limit on the number of players and gender. In other words, as long as the players had enough money and were lucky enough, they could even get married. Hanyu used to be in Su Bei's camp. Even though he was also one of the 4 disciples of Master Yuanjing, the number of character cards he had was far less than Wei Ci and the others. This made it difficult for the players to gain Hanyu's favor faster. Naturally, they could not conquer him. Seeing that Hanyu was about to be recruited by Jiang Pingji, the game officials didn't have to worry about not having enough material to increase their favorability in the instance dungeon. A group of fans who were obsessed with Hanyu's looks couldn't help but rub their hands. Because a few players were setting the pace, the atmosphere in the live stream room was developing in a more lackluster direction. On the other hand, Jiang Pingji had no time to care about that. She stared at Hanyu and waited for his reaction. Hanyu was not a young boy. How could he be easily fooled by her? Everyone knew how to say nice things. In terms of this skill, she would not be able to catch up to Su Bei even if she activated the firestorm wheels on her feet. Hanyu wasn't fooled by her. Instead, he sneered, "Who made the law?" The execution of the law required absolute authority, and there was no authority in the world higher than that of a king. You're letting the law made by the king punish the king. Isn't this the same as letting a monkey watch the peach orchard? From here. It is a divine beast that can distinguish between right and wrong, and is impartial and impartial. Hanyu continued, "The king orders people to make the law to restrain his subjects and people, but he can't restrain himself. Because once the law harms his own interests, he can order people to revise the law. How could such a law be fair and impartial? That was the greatest injustice in the first place. Moreover, how many years has this saying been passed down for the subjects to be punished the same as the common people? It's just a bunch of fools. How many people have actually done it? What's the use of saying nice things? Was it what Su Bei said to persuade Hanyu to become an official better than the person in front of him? What happened in the end? After a few years, Su Bei and Hanyu gradually drifted apart. Hanyu didn't show much reaction on the surface, but he was extremely disappointed in his heart. Hanyu, who had been fooled once, naturally wouldn't take the bait so easily. It was the same logic as a girl who had been hurt in love, and it was difficult for a scumbag to fall for a second time. As soon as Hanyu said this, the salted fish in the live stream room sent Jiang Pingji countless messages and kept calling for Hanyu. Although they were all on the streamer's side, they were still happy to see the streamer being humiliated. Jiang Pingji smiled and said, "So, what do you want to hear from me, Wenbin?" Han Yu said, "I want to hear whatever the Duke of Lanting said just now." Jiang Pingji thought for a while and crossed her arms in front of her chest. "You want to hear of law that can punish the king. Unfortunately, it can't be realized now. It's not that I don't want to give you such a law, it's just that the time is not ripe yet." "Wenbin, have you heard of the mirage?" "Mirage? Of course I have heard of it." Han Yu nodded. "Why did you say that the time is not ripe yet? Let me put it another way. When is the time considered ripe?" Jiang Pingji said, "In my opinion, there are three main aspects: land, people, and technology." Han Yu frowned as he listened. What Jiang Pingji said was far from what he wanted. She just said that she needed a law that could punish the king and regulate the people, but now she said that the time was not ripe yet. Wasn't she going back on her words? However, he still listened patiently. "How do you explain these three aspects?" Jiang Pingji scratched her head. She was born in the army and she was a genetic warrior who didn't pass the cultural test. She didn't like this kind of cultural test. But she was determined to get the person in front of her. If she couldn't get him, she would lose her face. It was okay to be despised and laughed at by others, but she would lose her face if she was laughed at by 850,000 people. Jiang Pingji said, "First, land. Whether it's the aristocratic families or the royal family, they seize and annex land for nothing but profit and the value of the land. When the value of the land is not enough to attract them, the land is no longer a fat piece of meat for them, but a bone that has been gnawed away. It's dispensable. However, land is the lifeblood of the people. It's the root of their food and clothing." Han Yu followed her train of thought and asked, "Is it possible?" "Of course it's possible." Jiang Pingji said, "Isn't it the same for merchants? Scholars, farmers, merchants, and merchants are lowly. They pursue profit by nature. They are all people who harm others for their own benefit. If we support them, the country will not be able to govern." Han Yu was a little disappointed. Could it be that he had expected too much from this person? Jiang Pingji shook her head and smiled. "No. Merchants pursue profit, but you can't deny that the prosperity of a place is inseparable from the merchants. This group is a double-edged sword. If used well, they can make two places exchange what they need, and even the poorest place can be full of vitality. Of course, supporting them is not without conditions. If we want to sharpen the merchants into the most powerful weapons, we can't do without the commercial law. Maybe the taxes that the merchants pay to the country are dozens or even hundreds of times higher than that of the farmers." Chapter 1204. Why did all the kings throughout the ages want to tie their people to the fields? Not only was it convenient for the ignorant people to rule, but the most important reason was the lack of farming labor. If there was not enough food, people would starve to death. During the period of the 16 kingdoms, commerce had also prospered for a time, but why did the rulers of the various countries tacitly suppress the merchant community? Wasn't it to let the merchants who had entered the trade return to their fields, and let those who hadn't entered the trade continue to be obedient farmers? Encouraging business development would cause big trouble sooner or later. Jiang Pingji smiled and asked, "Why does Wenbin think that the fields will be abandoned? What if one person could grow enough food to feed thousands of people? What if one person could easily cultivate hundreds of thousands of acres of land? When the time comes, there won't be a lack of people to farm, and the surplus young adults will naturally have to find another way out." Han Yu was furious at Jiang Pingji's words. If not for the fact that he was still a captive, he would have left in a huff. One person supporting thousands and tens of thousands. One person farming hundreds or thousands of mu of land. Wake up. You haven't woken up from your daydream. Han Yu felt that Su Bei wasn't the kind of person who didn't know how to distinguish between food and water. Compared to the person in front of him, Su Bei was much more intelligent. At the very least, Su Bei wouldn't spout nonsense that was even more absurd than, "Why don't you eat minced meat?" Jiang Pingji didn't seem to notice Han Yu's pale face. She said, "I know you think what I said is ridiculous, but Wenbin, never limit your imagination. What you think is absurd may not necessarily be non-existent. What I am talking about is the future." Han Yu sneered and changed the topic in a stiff tone. "What's the second?" "The second is the common people. There's nothing much to say about the specifics, but it can be summed up in 4 words: awakening the wisdom of the people. You also know that the valuable books are almost monopolized by the landowning families. It is no different from a fantasy for the common people to want to study and learn to read. If they don't have special opportunities, they can only recognize 2 words at most. It is impossible for them to reach the level of great talent. If one day, ordinary people can afford to buy books and go to the academy, it won't be long before the wisdom of the people is awakened." Jiang Pingji followed Han Yu's advice and said, "Of course, according to Wenbin's idea, if everyone studies, no one would be willing to be a farmer with his back to the sky. Then the fields will be wasted." The corner of Han Yu's mouth and the tip of his eyebrows twitched. Wasn't the guy in front of him saying so much to recruit him? Was this a recruitment or a feud? Insulting him to his face, was this really a man of character? Han Yu snorted coldly and did not comment. However, he had nothing to complain about Jiang Pingji's explanation of the common people. Whether it was the establishment of the Golden Scale Pavilion or the Golden Scale Academy, or even the exploration of a new educational model, these were all the sincerity that she had displayed. She used her actions to fulfill her promise of enlightening the people. There was nothing to be picky about. Jiang Pingji continued, "But to put it bluntly, once the people are enlightened, the country will welcome a revolution. Since ancient times, the emperors had always said that they wanted to enlighten the people, but in reality, none of them really wanted the people to be enlightened." Not only was he worried that everyone would study instead of plowing the fields, he was even more afraid that after the common people gained wisdom, their hearts would be unbalanced. Nobles, generals, and ministers, do they all have guts? Why were the people on the dragon throne born to be emperors, but he was born to be farmers? Once they have this idea, the toppling of the country is only a matter of time. Han Yu's body trembled after hearing that. His eyes were wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. Jiang Pingji smiled. "But I'm not afraid." Han Yu withdrew his previous comment. How could a person with such insight be a little naive person who did not know how to do physical work and could not distinguish between the 5 grains? Everyone loves power, but is it really that tempting? Jiang Pingji sneered with disdain. "Unifying the world and ascending the throne are my tasks to achieve my goals, but it is not my ultimate goal. Enlightening the people is just a part of the plan. I'm not afraid that the people will overthrow the dynasty. Because the outdated products that are not suitable for the times should be eliminated." Jiang Pingji's words were a little hard for Han Yu to understand. He was a little confused. But if he understood it literally, he could barely understand 30% of it. Jiang Pingji said, "The above 2 points can't be separated from the 3rd point, technology." Technology? What is it? Han Yu was confused. There was no such word in this era. He had never heard of it. Jiang Pingji simply used a word that Han Yu could understand to describe it. It is similar to the study of things to gain knowledge, but they are different. Han Yu frowned and listened carefully. At that moment, he forgot to find fault with her. The method of technology is the star-encompassing nature. Irrigation and water conservancy can be called technology, and so can natural craftsmanship. It is the combination of skills and theories. Jiang Pingji continued, I just said that one person can support thousands of people and cultivate hundreds of thousands of acres of land. I didn't make it up. If technology is sufficient, it will be realized. When the land, the people, and technology reach the level I mentioned, the revolution will come. That is the time when the law will come. The power of the king is lower than the law, and the king is more afraid of the law. The gentry and nobles are no longer unreachable, and the people can punish their mistakes with the law. That is in the future, not now. Han Yu's face turned pale as he listened to Jiang Pingji's last words. Jiang Pingji said, I know what Wenbin is pursuing. I can understand it. But Wenbin, you have to ask yourself. Is this a good time to put the law in your heart into practice? Even if I support you with all my strength, the gentry and nobles will not spare you. If you fail, your law will naturally become a piece of paper. It is like a mirage. You can see the shadow with your eyes, but you can't touch the real thing with your hands. It was not hard to imagine how Han Yu felt when his law was denied by Jiang Pingji. He said angrily, How eloquent you are, Master Lanting. Are you trying to flatter me? Han Yu's law was different from the law of the legalists. The law he wanted was true justice and no special privileges were allowed. Jiang Pingji reached out her hand to him. Han Yu was stunned. You can't realize it now, but you can lay the foundation for those who can. That is the inheritance. Jiang Pingji said, I will never be able to achieve what I want in this life because it will take too long to realize it. However, I can pass on this ambition to my successor. Isn't it because the withered leaves of the old trees nourish the soil? Wenbin, your ambition is unbearable in this era. If you are not careful. No, I should say that there is no suspense. If you try to realize it, you will die without a whole corpse. Han Yu said, if I can be martyred, my life will not be in vain. Isn't the original intention of pursuing law to bring peace to the world with law? The time is not ripe yet. What you do will only cause turmoil. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Jiang Pingji said, the path of law is broad and profound. You may not be able to see all of it even if you spend your whole life. Isn't it better to be down to earth and take one step at a time? Ideals and reality are always different. Han Yu was silent. He thought that Jiang Pingji was naive, but now he realized that he was the naive one. I have one more question. Can you answer it, Master Lanting? Jiang Pingji said, go ahead. Han Yu said, I rarely discuss with others. Few people know about it. How do you know about it? Jiang Pingji was speechless. I can't hide it anymore. Chapter 1205. Before Jiang Pingji betrayed Wei Xiai, Han Yu smiled knowingly. He said in a declarative tone, it should be Zixiao, right? I can't think of a second candidate other than him. Jiang Pingji said embarrassedly, Zixiao did remind me that if I want to recruit you, it's better to deal with the problem. Han Yu was speechless. The scene was very awkward, as if 2 or 3 fallen leaves were blown by the autumn wind. Jingqi Bai, streamer, destined to be alone. Xianyuan Mingjing, streamer, single dog. The idol audience's daily routine was to criticize Jiang Pingji. If they did not criticize her for a day, they would feel uncomfortable. If criticizing others was also a kind of love, their love for Jiang Pingji was absolutely true. Beating was a sign of affection, scolding was a sign of love. If they loved her, they would criticize her. Thus, Jiang Pingji saw the screen full of mockery. Can't be cooked Ci Meiren, you betrayed me and still want to cook me. Heartless woman, you can spend the rest of your life with your right hand. The Fairy Queen's crimson, I'm smiling on the outside, but I'm cursing in my heart. Yiwu Yenling, this story tells us that there is a reason why the streamer hasn't been able to make Ci Meiren surrender willingly. Yaoing Yun, I really want to call Ci Meiren and let him see someone's true colors. Han Yu naturally did not have as rich a psychological reaction as the idol audience, but he was also very upset. Master Lanting, you're quite frank, how could she tell such a big truth to the person involved? Even if it was a lie, she had to hide it. She confessed everything without hesitation. How could Han Yu continue? Wasn't she afraid that he would be dissatisfied and suspect that what she said was all false? Honesty, that's my strength. Jiang Pingji said, I can hide it for a while, but I can't hide it forever. Zixiao did help me, so there's nothing to hide. What I said just now was also from the bottom of my heart. I can judge whether it's true or false. Why should I dig a hole for myself and bury the hidden danger of distrust? We've already told each other everything. Some things shouldn't be hidden. Trust is very important. Jiang Pingji was the most shameless one. She was not stingy with putting gold on her face. She blew her own trumpet without even writing a draft. The grudge in Han Yu's heart vanished. He immediately smiled bitterly. He finally understood why Su Bei had lost to this woman before him. In terms of scheming, Su Bei was far inferior to her. Not to mention in other areas, he was a complete failure. It was not shameful to lose to her. Han Yu muttered to himself for a long time, as if he was struggling internally for the last time. Jiang Pingji didn't say anything to disturb him. Instead, she sat upright. She had already predicted Han Yu's choice. As expected, Han Yu got up from the mat, walked to the side, and bowed deeply to Jiang Pingji. Han Wenbin from Langya pays respect to my lord. Jiang Pingji stood up and helped him up. The audience in the streaming room spontaneously sent congratulatory messages to both of them. Jin Yeye, congratulations to Master Jiang for winning the limited edition, Han Yu. Maserati. Zhangshua Shijin, congratulations to exploiter Jiang for successfully tricking Han Yu into working overtime for free. Jiang Pingji was speechless. These salted fish must be itching to be naughty a few times a day, right? Fortunately, Jiang Pingji was a well-trained, genetic warrior. If it was someone else, they would have long been annoyed by the salted fish audience. Losing self-control was a small matter. What she was afraid of was being suspected of being possessed by a ghost or being followed by something evil. After surrendering, Han Yu finally regained his freedom. Only then did he hear the news that Qing Sun had committed suicide by hitting his head against the wall. Gong Luo, he. Sigh, what a pity. According to Han Yu's understanding of Qing Sun, it was expected that he would make such a drastic decision. Apart from those extreme and old-fashioned ideas, Han Yu still admired Qing Sun. Even if Su Bei helped Qing Sun divide his power, it didn't affect Han Yu's appreciation for talent. A pity. Jiang Pingji said, what kind of person is Qing Sun? Does Wenbin admire him? Regardless of his standpoint and beliefs, Gong Luo is indeed a talent worthy of admiration. It's a pity that his family background has dragged him down. Han Yu's gaze seemed calm, but there was a faint sadness in his eyes that quickly disappeared. Gong Luo has been blessed by his clan since he was young. It's inevitable for him to be biased because of his family background. However, he can't see through the root cause of the chaos in the world. He's too arrogant and is easily frustrated. Qing Sun was a standard descendant of the gentry family. At the same time, he was the epitome of this group. Biased because of his family background. Jiang Pingji raised her eyebrows. Does that mean he hates me? Jiang Pingji's identity to the public was a descendant of the Liu family in Hejin. Her family background wasn't considered first-rate, but it was considered second-rate. She mingled with the commoners all day long. For the decent descendants of the gentry family, Jiang Pingji was a detestable oddity. My lord, you don't have to belittle yourself. As a ruler, you must have a broad mind that can accommodate all. It's difficult to achieve great things if you're confined to the gentry family. Jiang Pingji sneered. Belittle myself. Cheng Sun wasn't qualified. I'm belittling myself. If Cheng Sun hates me, then so be it. He's not the only one who hates me. It doesn't matter if there's one more or one less. I can understand him. The gentry family and the commoners are two distinct social classes. To put it bluntly, the former are the sons of the rich who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. They have everything they need. The latter are the beggars who were born in poverty. They have to worry about their next meal. One day, the beggars can become officials in the same court as the sons of the rich. The former can even surpass the latter. Isn't it a humiliation for the sons of the rich? I'm not surprised that Cheng Sun is so arrogant that he made a radical move because he couldn't stand the injustice. Han Yu was also born in the gentry family. He dared to break away from the bias because his law was fairness and equality. So, why did the person in front of him give up the advantages of being a gentry family and become entangled with the commoners? Han Yu's eyes were full of doubt, but he still asked. It's because of the saying, kings, marquises, and generals all have guts, Jiang Pingji said. I only have one question for you. Are there more gentry families or commoners? Han Yu was puzzled. Chapter 1206. Jiang Pingji was very straightforward, or perhaps it could be said that she was too straightforward. She divided the whole world according to interests, but Han Yu couldn't refute her. Suddenly, a terrible idea came to Han Yu's mind. He made a very bold assumption. Is it really impossible for the gentry to completely dominate the poor? Jiang Pingji smiled. Of course there is. There is. Han Yu's heart skipped a beat. He didn't want to listen anymore. He was afraid that Jiang Pingji's words would release the most terrible beast in his heart. Of course there is. It is to fool the people with religious beliefs. Once their minds are controlled, they will be a group of pigs with no sense of resistance, not people with rebellious bones. Jiang Pingji shrugged inelegantly and looked disdainful. Tens of millions of rebellious commoners are not easy to control, but tens of millions of brainless pigs are easy to raise. However, if you really do that, you will be a sinner for all eternity. Han Yu shuddered and looked at Jiang Pingji in horror. He secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Fortunately, the person in front of him had a clear mind, or it would be too scary. The gentry want to monopolize the benefits, but they don't know how risky it is. I will not be as stupid as them. Jiang Pingji snorted coldly. It is true that there are many benefits if the nobles can get the support of the gentry, but there is no such thing as a free lunch. If you take benefits from them, you should spit out more benefits to satisfy them. I don't want to be told what to do and be controlled by others. Han Yu said, I thought that my lord was rebelling by starting your own family, but now I know that there is great wisdom behind it. Jiang Pingji said shamelessly, it is just a little trick. It is not worth mentioning. Han Yu was speechless. You are so arrogant after a few words of praise. They talked for a while and the topic returned to Cheng Sun. On the other hand, I feel sorry for Gong Liao and Mr. Wen Fu. Cheng Sun left with his old master, and although he managed to preserve his good name, I don't know how long it will take for his family members to recover from the grief of his passing. Jiang Pingji didn't have a bad impression of him. After all, she had never met him. She didn't like him or hate him. It is said that Cheng Sun has a wife and children. What a sin. Han Yu looked at Jiang Pingji strangely, as if Jiang Pingji was the strange one. Why are you looking at me? Han Yu said, my lord is kind. Jiang Pingji said, I don't believe you. I feel like there's more to it than meets the eye. Han Yu said helplessly, my lord, you have read a lot of books. Do you know that there is a saying that goes, brothers are like hands and feet, and wives are like clothes? If the clothes are torn, they can still be sewn. If the hands and feet are broken, they can still be continued. Gong Luo trusted you and was willing to sacrifice himself to fulfill his loyalty. How could he live for his wife and daughter? Jiang Pingji was upset. I didn't expect you, Han Wenbin, to be such a scum. You think I'm right? I beg to differ, Han Yu said. His wife and daughter are also his blood relatives, not to mention that Gong Luo's parents are still alive. Jiang Pingji said, Wenbin has a strong desire to live. Han Yu didn't understand. He was right to be confused. Jiang Pingji had a way with words. How could he, who was in ancient times, keep up with her? This pair of newly minted ministers had a pleasant conversation, and in the eyes of outsiders, they seemed to be on good terms. Only the two of them knew how it felt. Wei Ci was relieved when he saw Han Yu appear behind Jiang Pingji. At the same time, he felt that he had expected it. No matter in the previous life or this life, Han Yu was destined to be under the Lord's command. He sincerely hoped that the two of them could have a good ending in this life. Han Yu didn't have to end his life by swallowing gold and write a 10,000-word letter of apology before he died. Wei Ci didn't see the contents of the letter, but Han Yu also wrote a letter to his old friend before he committed suicide. Wei Ci understood most of the twists and turns in the letter. At that time, the emperor was seriously ill. However, the political situation was not stable. She had to deal with the government affairs even though she was ill. She didn't dare to relax for even a moment. Although Han Yu's suicide was for the emperor's good, it was also a huge blow to the emperor. Han Yu's wife was born in a noble family. She was intimate with her mother's family behind Han Yu's back and conspired against the emperor. Han Yu stayed in the government office all year round to revise and compile laws. Sometimes, he would go on business trips to collect case files from various places. As a middle-aged man who didn't stay at home all year round, Han Yu didn't pay attention to what was going on in the backyard. After the rebellion failed, Fu Wang led the troops to raid the residences of the offending officials. Han Yu was also involved because of his wife. Han Yu didn't participate in it, but his wife used his name and some of her connections. She couldn't wash herself clean even if she jumped into the river of motherhood. The emperor wanted to protect Han Yu, but Han Yu wrote a letter of apology at home. He admitted his crime and committed suicide by swallowing gold. Why did he do that? Because the emperor protected Han Yu. She couldn't deal with the other offending officials with confidence. She was really afraid of hurting the innocent. Han Yu admitted his crime and swallowed gold in order to let the emperor do whatever he wanted. If he was going to die, he would drag a lot of people with him. Alas, Wei Ci sighed. Han Yu's voice drifted into his ears. Zixiao, I haven't seen you for years. You've grown up. Wei Ci said readily, not as good as Wenbin. Han Yu snorted. His sarcasm was regarded as a compliment by Wei Ci. Aren't you afraid that I will really get angry? Han Yu said, I rarely discuss with others. You are one of them. It wasn't the first time that Wei Ci betrayed his good friend. But it was the first time that someone came to his door. He was a little embarrassed. My lord is very good. Wenbin will approve of her no matter what I say. Wei Ci was gentle and he quickly smoothed things over. In his previous life, the emperor took down Han Yu without Wei Ci's help. He even made Han Yu loyal to the emperor. Otherwise, why would Han Yu commit suicide by swallowing gold? Because a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. Han Yu was speechless. He had finally seen the power of a brainless fan. But, Han Yu nodded. She is indeed very good. Wei Xiai agreed. The two talked in a low voice. As they chatted, Wei Xiai changed the topic to his family. Wei Xiai mocked himself for being alone at the age of 30. At the same time, he complimented Han Yu for having a beautiful wife and a son and a daughter. Han Yu didn't think there was anything wrong with the topic. Wei Xiai soon got the information he wanted. His heart sank. Han Yu caught the emotion that flashed in his eyes. Han Yu asked, "Is there something wrong?" After all, they were from the same sect. Han Yu naturally knew that Wei Xiai was a fraud. The key was that this fraud was not a liar who talked nonsense. He was a real talent. Wei Xiai said, "There is something wrong with my sister-in-law. It's not a big problem." "It's just," Han Yu asked, "what's wrong?" Wei Xiai said, "Be careful of your wife's family." He had learned physiognomy and showed it to Han Yu in his previous life. But at that time, he was confused. He vaguely noticed that Han Yu would do something bad, but he didn't know why. In this life, he saw it clearly. Of course, he had to remind Han Yu. Han Yu frowned. He turned to Jiang Pingji, but he didn't think about his wife's family. "But, is it a big problem?" Wei Xiai said, "It concerns your family's life. One mistake and you will die. It's never a bad thing to be careful." Chapter 1207. Han Yu knew Wei Xi's capability. Not only were they brothers of the same master, but they were also working under the same master. It was impossible for Wei Xiai to lie to Han Yu about this. If he dared to say it so straightforwardly, then the seriousness of the matter would only be more serious than what Wei Xiai had said. Han Yu's mood was a little complicated when he suddenly learned about this. "Zixiao, are you able to see more details?" Han Yu deliberately lowered his voice, looking solemn and worried. "My lord has a 9-5 life. Within 10 years she will definitely." Wei Xiai pointed to the sky. In order to be more persuasive, he even dragged Master Yuanjing into the matter. "My teacher has also read my lord's fortune before. At that time, he said that her entire body was full of purple energy. Now that the situation in Dongqing was becoming clearer and clearer, and the lord had that intention, establishing a country and ascending to the throne was already a done deal. Your misfortune should have something to do with the factional struggles after the founding of the country." What Wei Xiai said was not nonsense. Master Yuanjing could indeed see the purple aura on Jiang Pingji. After all, Master Yuanjing, Master Liaochen, and Immortal Liuru were experts who had cheats. It was easy for them to see the purple gas. However, they could at most see who had the purple aura on them. They could not clearly determine who was the one who had the last laugh. Wei Xiai was a person who had been reborn. He could answer questions like who the next emperor would be with his eyes closed. In order to fool Han Yu, Wei Xiai cleverly blurred out the key points and used Master Yuanjing to increase his credibility. Han Yu didn't doubt him at all. Han Yu frowned subconsciously, factional strife after the founding of the nation. He didn't like the intrigue in the imperial court. In fact, he hated it to the core. According to his temperament, if there really was a factional struggle, he would stay far away from it. Why would he take the initiative to get involved? Thinking of what Wei Xiai had said earlier, "Be careful of your wife's family, for fear of the villains," a clear line of thought appeared in her mind, and the fog in front of her was finally dispelled. Han Yu vaguely guessed what the so-called factional dispute was all about. With vigilance, it would be much easier to guard against them. Han Yu said, "Thank you for your warning, Zixiao. Wei Xi smiled and said, "You and I are from the same sect, why do you need to thank me?" Not knowing what Wei Xi said wrong, Han Yu frowned. "I don't know much about my lord. There's something I'm not sure if I should pay attention to." Han Yu said awkwardly, "Do we have to avoid arousing suspicion in private?" Wei Xi was stunned. Avoid arousing suspicion. What was there to avoid? Since they were on the same side, why would they need to avoid suspicion? Han Yu said, "You and I are both master's students. Yang Si is master's adopted son. Do you think, if it weren't for Wei Xi's reminder, Han Yu wouldn't have thought about it?" From a standpoint, Han Yu, Wei Xi, and Yang Si were naturally allies. Wei Xi was a little slow in reacting. He laughed involuntarily and said, "Wenbin is not a person who does not distinguish between public and private affairs. My lord is also not someone who likes to be overly suspicious. You and I have a pure friendship between gentlemen. My lord will not suspect or be on guard because of this. Don't worry about that." Han Yu said, "I'm not worried that my lord will suspect me. I'm just worried that others will overthink it." Even though he did not have much contact with Jiang Pingji, based on their previous conversation, he was sure that Jiang Pingji was not a suspicious person. Instead, she was rather open-minded. Han Yu was worried that the other people in Jiang Pingji's camp would feel uncomfortable. It would be bad if they had a grudge against each other. Han Yu had seen a lot of similar conflicts under Su Pei's command. There were even some who held their opponents back in official business because of personal grudges. Han Yu didn't want to encounter such a terrible thing after he jumped ship. Wei Xi said, "Wenjing, Zhi, and Huai Yu are all sensible people. My lord is keeping an eye on them. They won't make a fuss." Han Yu was speechless. Somehow, he felt like his lord was the head of a big family. She was trying her best to mediate the conflicts between naughty children every day. Han Yu's mood brightened up with the assurance. Although Han Yu was a newbie, everyone was familiar with his name, and they were all familiar with him. It was all thanks to Yang Si's contribution. After all, Han Yu was the one who almost ended Yang Si's life. Yang Si was the one who had the most complicated feelings after Han Yu surrendered. As a poor guy who had been tricked by Han Yu again and again, he had made up his mind to beat Han Yu to death on the battlefield. However, Han Yu had turned from an enemy to a colleague. Yang Si would never have the chance to get back at Han Yu. Even though he was cursing Han Yu in his heart, he had to smile on his face. How infuriating! Han Yu noticed Yang Si's eager gaze. He smiled and nodded as a response. Yang Si was speechless. He was even more infuriated. Jiang Pingji called for a post-war meeting to let Han Yu and the others know who she was. Han Yu had mixed feelings because the summary of the post-war meeting was about the attack on the camp the night before the siege of Shanwu City. Even though the army had reacted in time, the enemy's appearance was too sudden. The central army of the camp was burned, and Jiang Pingji's side suffered heavy losses. In fact, she had fought in wars for so many years, and the enemy had attempted to attack her more than 20 times. This time, the loss was the worst. As the chief planner of the attack on the camp, Han Yu's mood was indescribable. War is merciless. Regardless of life or death, you all have to be responsible for the whole camp. I hope you all take this as a warning and don't be careless. Not only did Jiang Pingji not say anything bad about Han Yu, but she also affirmed his plan and actions. After all, as an opponent, Han Yu should not be underestimated. If Su Bei hadn't lost the upper hand and allowed Han Yu to act freely, Jiang Pingji's losses would have been much greater. Everyone agreed. Yes. When Jiang Pingji mentioned the night attack, Han Yu seized the opportunity to ask a question. My lord, where is the corpse of Xie Zhe, the general who led the army that day. Han Yu asked himself if he had let down his old master, Su Bei, but he owed Xie a little. If it was possible, he hoped to keep his corpse intact. Heads were battle achievements, and as a general of the enemy, Xie's head was quite valuable. Maybe someone would cut it off and exchange it for battle achievements. I'm not sure yet. Jiang Pingji tilted her head and looked at Jiang Nongqin. Does Officer Jiang know about it? Jiang Nongqin replied, My lord, Xie was seriously injured and captured. He was sent to the casualty camp for treatment, and he hasn't woken up yet. Still alive. This unexpected surprise made Han Yu's eyes brighten, but he immediately thought of Xie and his situation, and his expression darkened. Jiang Pingji said, Is Wenbin confident that he can convince Xie? He has some connections with Han Mei, and it would be great if he could be recruited. Connections. Han Yu looked confused. I'm confident that I can convince him, but I've never heard that he has any connections with Officer Li Yun. From Xie's reaction, he didn't know Li Yun at all. Jiang Pingji looked bored and pouted. Han Mei's father is a direct descendant of the previous generation of the Xie family. They can be considered cousins. It was Han Yu's turn to be confused. Because of good luck, when Han Yu went to visit the wounded soldier, Xie, in private, he had just opened his eyes. Chapter 1208. Han Yu looked gloomy as he briefly explained the current situation. My lord, Xie's eyes were red and filled with tears. He choked with sobs and couldn't finish his sentence. If he wasn't tied up with bandages and had no strength, he might have jumped up and cried. It's all fate. Han Yu smiled bitterly. We can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. Xie was indeed Li Yun's cousin. Both of them had the temperament of angels. The first thing he cared about was Han Yu's situation. Master, what are you doing now? Han Yu could enter and leave the camp freely. His lord was being led by a dog, so Han Yu's current position was very obvious. I have accepted Lord Lanting's invitation and volunteered to be his subordinate. Han Yu told the truth without hesitation. If Ching Sun heard this, he would probably pull out his sword and stab him. Even if he didn't have the strength to stab him, he would still curse him. Xie's reaction was different. He looked regretful, but at the same time, he was relieved for Han Yu. Han Yu surrendered to Jiang Pingji, so the enemy wouldn't make things difficult for him anymore. Han Yu's life wouldn't be in danger. The winner is king and the loser is the bandit. The war of the military has always been cruel. Master's choice is understandable. Xie thought of Su Bei's family and his lips curled into a warm smile. My lord is gone. His wife and daughter have no one to protect them. Now that you have surrendered to Lord Lanting, I think Lord Lanting can't blame my lord's family. Not only can he not blame her, but he also has to take good care of her. My lord's children are still young and shouldn't be a hindrance to her. Master, please spend some effort in teaching them. When they grow up, they will be able to support the family again and bring glory to the family. If that's the case, my lord will be very pleased to see them in the afterlife. Xie wasn't being morally blackmailed. He was doing it for Han Yu's own good. Han Yu was Su Bei's old subordinate. This label would follow him for the rest of his life. Whether he was willing to surrender to Jiang Pingji or not, he had to take care of Su Bei's family to prevent others from criticizing him for being heartless. Of course, Xie's worry was unnecessary. After all, Han Yu had already promised Su Bei. Even so, Xie's kindness warmed Han Yu's heart. I know. Han Yu changed the topic and asked Xie directly, Captain Xie is so considerate of me. Have you thought about yourself? Xie was seriously injured and captured. At this moment, he was still wrapped up like a mummy and unable to move. He had just returned from the gates of hell. He couldn't possibly be thinking of crawling back, right? Xiaze should also think for himself. Han Yu's question stunned Xiaze. He stared blankly at the top of the tent and didn't speak for a long time. "Mister, are you here to persuade me to submit?" Han Yu nodded. Xia was a straightforward person. If Han Yu had schemed against him, Xia would have felt guilty about it. The Duke of Lanting is a broad-minded woman with a generous heart. Xiaze didn't get too worked up. Instead, he smiled bitterly. That night, during the attack, Xiaze had the intention of taking Jiang Pingji's life. Li Yun had accidentally exposed her identity, and Xiaze had risked everything to kill him. In such a situation, not only did this person not kill him or vent his anger by humiliating him, but he also hinted Han Yu to recruit him. Xiaze said, "Mister, do you also think that I should submit? I can't make the decision for you. Whether to submit or not depends on Captain Xia's decision." Han Yu added, "It is said that Captain Xia is the cousin of Li Yun, a general under the command of the Duke of Lanting. You are also from the Xia family. Even if you don't want to submit, she won't make things difficult for you." Little did he know that Han Yu's words were like a landmine that blew up Xiaze. His round eyes were wide open, and his eyes were filled with fear. What cousin? Xiaze was so scared that he almost tore his wound. "Don't scare me." Seeing Xiaze's reaction, Han Yu was sure that he really didn't know, but Jiang Pingji couldn't lie. "So," Han Yu said calmly, "just now, the Duke of Lanting said that Li Yun's father was a direct descendant of the Xia family. You are cousins." Xiaze was so scared that his eyes were wide open. He was already like a mummy, but now he was even more stiff. How could it be?" Xiaze mumbled, a frightened expression on his face. Han Yu asked, "What's impossible?" Xiaze recovered after a while and said with a bitter smile, "You must have heard about it, right? Because of something that happened more than 20 years ago, the entire Xia family has been keeping a low profile. They rarely participate in the court affairs. Most of the children who are officials in the court are also doing nothing." Han Yu nodded, "I've heard about it." Although he wasn't born in a big family, he had connections in the family. Before the fall of Dongqing, the House of Han and the Count of Zhenbei were related by marriage. Of course, he had heard the gossip about the Xia family, but he didn't know the reason why the Xia family suddenly retired. Could it be that it had something to do with Li Yun's father? Xiaze said, "I can't tell you the details, but it has something to do with Xia Qian, the eldest son of the direct descendant of the previous generation." Xia Qian. Although he was an influential figure of the previous generation, Xia Qian had countless fans when he was young. Han Yu's mother was one of them. Of course, Han Yu had heard of Xia Qian and had investigated his life. It is said that Xia Qian died in the prime of his life and was expelled by the Xia family for unknown reasons. Xiaze said, "It was said that he died in the prime of his life, but grandfather and father didn't believe that he died just like that. If he was alive, they wanted to see him, if he was dead, they wanted to see his corpse. Grandfather had sent people to search the bottom of the cliff where first uncle jumped off, but they couldn't even find his bones. This secret had never been made public, but Xiaze's grandfather still believed that his eldest son, Xia Qian, was still alive." Han Yu suddenly understood and asked, "Captain Xia, are you suspecting that Li Yun's father is none other than Xia Qian, who has been missing for many years?" Xiaze blinked hard. He couldn't move now, so he could only blink instead of nod. "Yes, this possibility is very high." When Xiaze said this, all the clues formed a line in his mind. The more he spoke, the more certain he became. The martial arts that Li Yun used were obviously passed down in the Xia family. Even if he was gifted, it would take more than 10 years of hard work to master it to such an exquisite level of mastery and control. In addition, when eldest uncle Xie Qian went missing, his infant son also went missing. Considering his age, Li Yun fits the bill. He looks similar to the portrait of first uncle when he was young. Han Yu smiled bitterly. Fate is too wonderful for words. Xie and Li Yun fought fiercely in front of the battle. If one of them made a mistake, he might die in the hands of the other. Judging from Jiang Pingji's attitude, it was obvious that Li Yun knew about his relationship with Xie. Xie begged Han Yu, "Sir, can I see Li Yun in private? There are some things that we should ask him for confirmation." Han Yu said, "You can try. Thank you." Chapter 1209. Xie didn't have to wait long before Li Yun appeared in front of him. "I heard from Mr. Han that you wanted to see me." Li Yun was dressed in a tight outfit. His broad shoulders and narrow waist could be seen clearly. If the salted fish in the live streaming room saw him, he would surely start a frenzy of praising the screen. But he didn't seem to notice, sitting casually beside Xie's bed. Xie was a seriously injured patient. He could only open his mouth to speak, move his eyes, and barely tilt his head. His gaze was firmly fixed on Li Yun's face. He stared for a long time without blinking, until his eyes were dry. Alike, they really are alike. The more he looked, the more he felt that Li Yun resembled his uncle when he was young. But the youth in front of him was more unruly and less scholarly than Xie Qian. If Li Yun's brows were gentler and his figure thinner, he would probably look even more alike. Li Yun didn't look surprised. He saw that Xie was struggling to turn his head, so he helped him adjust his posture. Can you tell me your father's name?" Xie looked earnestly at Li Yun. His black and white eyes were very clear and clean, giving people a good impression at first glance. Li Yun said gently, "My father is Xie Qian. It is said that his ancestral home is in Yangning County." Xie's emotions fluctuated violently. He was so excited that he wanted to jump up, but the moment he exerted force, it pulled at his wound, causing him to cry out in pain. Are you telling the truth?" Xie gritted his teeth and endured the pain. His watery eyes stared straight at Li Yun. Li Yun laughed and said, "As a child, how can I forget my father's name?" Xie was stunned. His hot and swollen brain finally started to cool down, allowing him to sort out his thoughts. According to Mr. Han Yu, the person in front of him already knew about their blood relationship. "Do you know that your father is from the Xie family of Yangning?" Xie asked tentatively. Li Yun said, "Of course I know. Since first uncle didn't die, why didn't he bring you back after so many years?" Xie suddenly thought of Li Yun's surname. His expression became strange. He asked hesitantly, could it be that first uncle has a grudge, resenting the family for not standing up for him? It was Li Yun's turn to be unable to keep up. Xie Qian couldn't blame the family for this matter, right? Xie Qian had caused trouble, so the Xie family had no choice but to remove his name and use this method to protect him. Although the Xie family was one of the 4 noble families in Dongqing, they were not arrogant enough to overthrow the royal family. The aristocratic families were indeed very powerful. They toyed with authority and looked down on the imperial power, but they were not a monolithic bloc. There were conflicts of interest between the families, and they kept each other in check. If not for that, how could the royal family of Dongqing have a chance to breathe? They had been waiting in line for a long time. My father never complained. Li Yun comforted him. Back then, my father jumped off a cliff and was lucky to escape. Unfortunately, he lost his memory. In his muddle-headedness, he brought me into exile in Fengyi County of Wanzhou. Fortunately, a family took us in, and we settled down. CSA said, Uncle lost his memory. Liyun said, he lost his memory for 2 years. The blood clot in his brain slowly subsided, and he regained his memory. Xie Qian, who had lost his memory, was muddle-headed and would occasionally go crazy. He wandered around with an infant, but Liyun did not starve to death. He didn't know whether to be impressed by Xie Qian's strong nature as a father, or by Liyun's tough life and good luck. Xie Zai's eyes revealed some pity and sympathy. Although the Xia family's descendants were not as extravagant as the other aristocratic families, they did not have to worry about food and clothing. He couldn't imagine how much Xie Qian and his son had suffered all these years. Liyun did not feel bitter. After all, his martial arts were taught by his father. Thinking about how other feudal families interacted with their children, Liyun could be considered happy. Of course, what was even more fortunate was that his father regained his memory at a good time. Liyun did not want to carry the nickname Li Gozhu for the rest of his life. Where is eldest uncle now? CSA asked. Liyun said, naturally in Wanzhou. Mother's death has been avenged, and the enemy's bones have been reduced to ashes. He has been in a good mood these 2 years, and he looks younger as he lives. If there's a chance, father will probably make a trip back to the Xie family. Although he was removed from the family, father still misses the Xie family. Xie Qian's daily routine was to eat, sleep, and play with his granddaughter. If not for Xie Qian's decades of morning exercise habits, he would probably have put on weight by now. CSA asked, pardon me for asking, but why did eldest uncle give you the surname Li? Although the family had removed him from the family, Xie Qian's son was innocent. How could he take another surname? Liyun said, during the 2 years when father lost his memory, I was adopted by that family and took the surname of that couple. Father felt guilty to the Xie family, so he didn't change my surname after regaining his memory. Now that we're used to it, I'm afraid it's inappropriate to change it again. Of course, this was the reason Xie Qian gave Liyun. He did not tell him the real reason. As an influential figure of the previous generation, Xie Qian had long seen through Jiang Pingji's position. If Liyun returned to the family and became involved with the powerful Xie family, it was hard to guarantee that the Xie family would not use Liyun's connections to interfere with Jiang Pingji's power. Liyun was caught in the middle. His position was too awkward. It was fine if returning to the family would bring him benefits, but Liyun was not a direct descendant of the Xie family. His relationship with the family was close to zero. The disadvantages of returning to the family far outweighed the advantages. Should he turn around and hug the family's thighs, or should he manage his bright future? Xie Qian made the choice for Liyun. He had not enjoyed the benefits of the family for more than 20 years. He could not bear the family's burden. Therefore, Xie Qian did not let him change back to the surname Xie. Even Liyun's eldest daughter was named Li Nuan instead of Xian Wan. Xie Zai believed Liyun's words. He said, eldest uncle has been through a lot and has become cautious. It's just that you've been wronged. Not being able to return to the family, wasn't that a huge grievance? Liyun smiled and shook his head. There's another matter. I wonder if younger cousin can help me find out. CSA asked. Liyun was about to agree when he reacted and corrected him. Yun is the elder brother. CSA was the younger cousin. CSA smiled. How is that possible? If we count the years of birth, you're younger than me by more than 2 months. Liyun was confused. Only then did he remember that in order to protect him, his father had purposely lied about 2 years. He could not remember clearly. But, no matter, he was the elder brother. It's obvious that Yun is older. Father would not report the wrong time of birth. CSA was injured. He had spoken for so long and his energy was almost depleted. He did not have the energy to argue with Li Yun. He vaguely skipped the question and said, "My family is still in Zhe County, but a while ago, Zhe County fell into the hands of the Duke of Lanting." Li Yun said, "My lord is benevolent. Why would he bully women and children? Sister-in-law and the rest are naturally safe." CSA received a positive reply. His heart that had been beating rapidly settled down. Chapter 12:10. Although he didn't say it explicitly, CSA's intentions were clear. Li Yun naturally welcomed him. It wasn't difficult to recruit CSA. He wasn't as scheming as Han Yu. Jiang Pingji didn't even need to do anything. Because CSA had expressed his intention to submit, the medical soldiers taking care of him were more cautious and attentive than before. Conquering Han Yu and CSA didn't mean that Jiang Pingji had nothing to do. Her ally, Yang Tao, had contributed a lot in defeating Su Bei and repelling Huang Song. Yang Tao was willing to send troops to help her fight this battle. He didn't want to be a Lei Feng. He only wanted half of Zhangzhou and his father's murderer, Zhao Xiao. Jiang Pingji had conquered Shanqing. Naturally, she wanted to clear Zhao Xiao's name and mail him to Yang Tao. But, where's Zhao Xiao? Haven't found him yet. No news yet. It had been 3 days since Jiang Pingji conquered Shanqing. She methodically cleaned up the battlefield, treated the wounded, and counted the losses and supplies. She also sent people to take over Su Bei's troops. Su Bei's entourage was rather luxurious. Many famous people could be found here. Some would rather die than submit. They expressed their disdain and contempt for Jiang Pingji, while others had the inclination to submit to her. However, Jiang Pingji's place wasn't a garbage collection station. Not everyone could join her troops. There were many people under Su Bei's banner. The aristocratic family's power was complicated. Jiang Pingji didn't completely reject the aristocratic family's power. She just didn't want them to take over. If there were clear-headed people, she wouldn't mind putting them in an important position. But there were too few people like Feng Jin. Most of them were experts in politics. They were bent on plotting for their families. They were incompatible with her. Recruiting them would be a disaster. However, there were a few people who often sat on the bench who could still be useful. Han Yu knew these people the best. Jiang Pingji specifically consulted his opinion. Apart from these people, there was a small group of people under Su Bei's banner who were idlers. Xan Zhao is so rich. He doesn't even feel bad for raising these useless people. Jiang Pingji ridiculed them openly. Han Yu was speechless. These few people have a good reputation. To put it bluntly, recruiting them as hangers-on was just to build up his reputation. Their nature was similar to ornamental potted plants that looked good. Jiang Pingji clicked her tongue and said bluntly, "Even if you have a good reputation, you can't eat it. Instead, you eat my food, take my salary, and live a better life than me. I don't like it. If I had this spare cash, why don't I nurture another battalion of elites?" As a pragmatist, Jiang Pingji hated these feints. As a new counselor, Han Yu could not refute too much. All he could do was to adapt to his lord who did not play by the rules. Send them all back to where they came from. I don't want their lives. Han Yu was speechless. Could it be that the reason why Su Pei had knelt before this person? Before Han Yu could think further, the messenger's voice came from outside the tent. Jiang Pingji lifted her head to let someone in. The messenger said, "Reporting to my lord, Zhao Xiao has been found." Found it. After cleaning up the battlefield for 3 whole days, Jiang Pingji did not find Zhao Xiao's shadow even after searching through the captives. Where did he hide? Where did you find him? The messenger lowered his head and reported. Jiang Pingji was speechless after listening. No wonder I couldn't find him. He is a coward. Xiao Xiao knew that once the barbican was breached, his time would come because Yang Tao would never let him go. For the sake of his life, he purposely changed his identity with the servant and disguised himself as an ordinary refugee. He wanted to escape during the chaos. However, he was used to living a luxurious life. His skin was smooth and tender. He did not look like a refugee at all. As mentioned before, men in this era liked to put on makeup. Some celebrities dressed up more diligently than women in pursuit of fashion. As a celebrity, Xiao Xiao was no exception. He often took hanshi powder in pursuit of snow-white skin. His snow-white skin could make 99% of the women in the world feel ashamed. The skin on his face was delicate and there were no pores. His eyebrows and makeup were done well. He was middle-aged and still pursued fashion. He did not grow a beard like other men. At first glance, his eyebrows were even more beautiful than women. Because his disguise skills were not up to par, Xiao Xiao was not protected when he mixed into the crowd of refugees. Instead, he was targeted by a few gangsters. His belongings were taken away by the gangsters. Since he got his wealth, shouldn't he take advantage of his lust too? A group of gangsters who had been destitute for a long time were interested in Xiao Xiao. Poor Xiao Xiao. He met with such a situation in his middle age. Although Xiao Xiao was also a fan of men and did not mind men or women, he had a distinguished status. He had always been the one on top. Since when did he have to be pushed to the ground and be the one on the bottom? The group of gangsters also felt that they were unlucky. They thought it was a beautiful woman. Who knew that when they stripped her naked, they would find a thing that was similar to them? If there was, then there was. They could not tolerate the thing that was bigger than them. Once the fire was ignited, it was unbearable if it was not extinguished. How could it be cut off so easily? Men were men. They could make do with it. They spat twice. A few of them pressed him down. Another person carried a knife and mounted the horse. Needless to say, Xiao Xiao with delicate skin and flesh was much more tasty than ordinary women. The gangsters hadn't had sex for a long time. They were in the mood to fool around for a long time. Of course, the messenger didn't know the details, but he vaguely described Xiao Xiao's experience in the past few days. When Xiao Xiao was found, he almost didn't look like a human. His delicate skin and flesh were covered with bruises. Almost none of his flesh was intact. Jiang Pingji looked down and asked a question. Who found Xiao Xiao? The messenger answered honestly. Jiang Pingji was silent for a while. Han Yu, who was beside her, also frowned slightly. According to the messenger, the process of finding Xiao Xiao was a coincidence. When the scout was patrolling, he saw a few gangsters with messy clothes and strange movements. They looked terrified. Jiang Pingji repeatedly ordered the soldiers not to disturb the people. They were not allowed to bully innocent people. Those who disobeyed the order would be executed. If the people were in trouble, they could even ask them for help. The scout became suspicious. He immediately caught the sneaky gangsters and followed them to find Xiao Xiao. That was not a big deal. The key was that Jiang Pingji found something wrong with the place where Xiao Xiao was found. Xiao Xiao didn't leave the barbican at all, but no one could find him. If it was really the gangsters who hit him and humiliated him, how could they not panic when faced with such a big search? Jiang Pingji frowned and thought for a while. She found an excuse and asked Han Yu to leave. Someone, you go Anne. Forget it. I'll go by myself. Jiang Pingji went to find Yang Si under the cover of the night. Xiao Xiao could hide for 3 days. She didn't believe that there was nothing fishy. After some speculation, she set the target of suspicion on Yang Si. When Jiang Pingji came to Yang Si's tent, she heard him laughing at someone with his head down on the table. "Captain Jiang, you have no idea. That scene. I laughed so hard that I cried." Jiang Pingji was speechless. Chapter 12:11. The 14th of February. Jiang Pingji looked at the bullet screen that kept popping up in the streaming room and frowned. "Lu Siji Lianming, forgive me for being blunt, but everyone here is single. Gui Kai Guo Fengxiu, forgive me for being blunt, but what the person above said is F*King correct. Tutu Feicho, I don't agree with this. I'm only here to watch the single streamer." The audience looked at her, and she looked at the bullet screen. Jiang Pingji snorted coldly and sent a bullet screen with a sneer. Host V, the so-called Valentine's Day is just a promotional method used by businesses to fool their customers. Jiang Pingji's bullet screen was quickly seen by hundreds of thousands of salted fish, and they all exploded. Shisandra Baojiu, the streamer is really a textbook straight man. Ba, straight woman. Xuanxiang Taisho, God is really blind. How can a straight woman like the streamer have beauty CI? Bai Qingxiang, that's unscientific. Jiangtuan is not a fish, unscientific +1. Wei Si's looks were at the top of the streaming room, and no one could challenge his authority. Such an IKEA, gentle, elegant, and restrained perfect boyfriend was picked up by the blind Jiang Pingji. Where was the justice? The salted fish studied hard to pick up girls, and they were still single. How could Jiang Pingji be single? They wanted to celebrate Valentine's Day too. That was probably the real reason why the salted fish kept dissing Jiang Pingji. Even Jiang Pingji could be single. Why were they still single? Fairy Queen's Crimson, streamer, don't you plan to celebrate Valentine's Day with beauty CI? Jiang Pingji rolled her eyes. Silence was better than words, and she perfectly expressed her thoughts. The group of salted fish became even angrier. Every time they saw the streamer not knowing how lucky she was, they wanted to replace her and celebrate every day as Valentine's Day. Host V, a group of immature brats. If you have the time to talk about love and give money to businessmen, why don't you just get straight to the point? The salted fish all despised Jiang Pingji and sent her a sticker with its tongue sticking out. Luoyu Tahua Xing, you make it sound like the streamer is very decisive. Did someone forget how many years a certain frog has been cooked? Jiang Pingji streamed every day, so the audience knew her dark history best. A certain frog with copper skin and iron bones had been cooked for many years without eating it. What right did Jiang Pingji have to mock them, a group of single dogs? They were only of the same weight, so no one should laugh at the other. No matter how strong Jiang Pingji's combat power was, she alone could not withstand the barrage of hundreds of thousands of salted fish. She could only selectively ignore them. After a while, a bullet screen entered her line of sight. Bewitching Rain, host, you should be more careful. There's still a 7-year itch between husband and wife. Speaking of which, Ci Meiren hasn't appeared for a long time. What kind of insane task did you give him? She was indeed an iron-willed woman who only had work in her eyes. If it were Baby, he would have used his position to tie Beauty Ci to his side every day. Even if he didn't do anything, he would still be very pleasing to the eye. His words woke the people up from their dreams, and many of the audience members also reacted. What has Wei Ci been busy with recently? I haven't seen him for a long time. Jiang Pingji did not like to control another person's entire life. She had a relationship with Wei Ci, but it did not mean that she had to occupy all of his private time. Even though they loved each other deeply, they still needed a certain amount of privacy. However, with the audience's reminder, she had indeed not seen Wei Ci for a while. Well, she kind of missed him. It just so happened that today was another day full of the sour smell of love. Jiang Pingji could not help but be tempted. However, she did not directly go to Wei Ci's residence. Instead, she beat around the bush and asked others. It would have been better if she did not ask, but once she did, things became serious. Zixiao seemed to have saved a musician a while ago and even took her into his residence. It is said that this woman's appearance is even more magnificent than Zixiao's. Jiang Pingji asked a few people in a row. Yang Saifengzhen and the others all said the same thing. They even said that Wei Ci had not left the residence for several days. Yaoling, Ba, Yuhu said the 7 enrich, come out. Jinx, did you really King hit the nail on the head? Little Lucky, don't be anxious. What's wrong with taking in a beautiful musician? It doesn't mean that the host can let sheep roam above her head. A group of salted fish that seemed to be persuading but were actually fanning the flames kept setting the pace in the streaming room. Jiang Pingji looked calm. One could not see any anger on her face. Aren't you afraid that he has a mistress in his house? Qiguan Rang asked. Jiang Pingji smiled and said, which family would make such a ruckus that all of you know about it? Forget it, I'll personally go and see what he's up to. She went to Wei Ci's residence incognito. Before she entered the house, the sound of a zither drifted out from the courtyard wall. She entered the Wei residence directly from the back door and walked straight to the waterside pavilion where the sound of the zither was coming from. Before she got close to the waterside pavilion, her originally relaxed mood suddenly became tense. An inexplicable sense of crisis rushed from the soles of her feet to her brain. The salted fish audience had the advantage of having a camera. They saw the situation in the waterside pavilion one step ahead of Jiang Pingji. They saw Wei Ci sitting upright in the pavilion in plain clothes. An incense burner was burning on the table. Another cold-looking man in white was sitting beside the zither table. The man's eyes were covered with a plain white cloth that was 3 fingers wide. His exposed face was exquisite and perfect. His skin was whiter than snow, but it did not lose his heroic spirit. The man seemed to have discovered something. He turned his head to face the direction of the camera in the streaming room. His straight eyebrows were slightly furrowed. His action revealed half of his face. The audience seemed to have been poked in the G-spot. They were instantly excited. His appearance did not lose to Wei Ci's. The man's temperament was like ice and frost. He had both a sharp and oppressive sword will and a romantic and elegant scholarly aura. He and Beauty Ci sat opposite each other and played the zither. The latter was like a light breeze passing through the mountains. The former was like a sharp and unparalleled sword will. Before they could take a screenshot, the screen of the streaming room went black with a beep. The audience was dumbfounded. F***K, how heyo host, if you have the guts, don't turn off the streaming room. They really wronged Jiang Pingji. She did not have the streaming room at all. She did not expect the streaming to be cut off. She raised her eyebrows with interest and strode toward the waterside pavilion. Zixiao, how elegant. I heard that you saved a beautiful woman. Why don't you call her out for a look? Why are you hiding her? Wei Ci's heart skipped a beat when he saw Jiang Pingji appear. He glanced at the blind zither player in front of him. The other party was blind and could not see Jiang Pingji, let alone discover her identity. He heaved a sigh of relief. Lanting, don't be sarcastic. When did I hide a beautiful woman? Wei Ci went forward to welcome Jiang Pingji. He smiled and said, I was attracted by Brother Luan's zither music a while ago. I was shocked and thought of him as a confidant. Brother Juan is looking for relatives and has no place to stay, so he stayed in the CI residence for a few days. Looking for relatives. I wonder what the relatives you are looking for look like. I have some connections here. Maybe they can be of help. Jiang Pingji glanced at the blind zither player. He still looked as if he was pampering her as if she was an ordinary visitor. However, even if Jiang Pingji was a visitor, the blind zither player was only a temporary guest in Wei Si's residence. His behavior was rude. Wei Si frowned and said, Brother Luan has been blind for a long time. He doesn't know what his relatives look like. That's why it's difficult to find them. Jiang Pingji sized up the blind zither player and secretly rolled her eyes at Wei Si. The person's sword will was strong. He did not look like a zither player at all. He looked more like a swordsman. Chapter 12:12. Wei Si did not practice martial arts, and the musician in front of him was not someone ordinary martial artists could see through. Jiang Pingji did not blame him for inviting a wolf into the house. She discreetly separated Wei Si from the blind musician and sat directly on Wei Si's original cushion. Zixiao, I suddenly remembered that I left something at home. Can you help me make a trip? Jiang Pingji was indeed a straightforward girl. The excuse she found was also very stiff. Before Wei Si could speak, the blind musician suddenly broke into a faint smile. It was as if the snow that had not melted for thousands of years had suddenly melted. It was breathtaking. Jiang Pingji was not fooled. Not only did she not relax, but her brows furrowed even more. Her left hand was placed on the hilt of the god-slaying sword at her waist. All the muscles in her body were tense. Are you nervous? The blind musician in white asked. His voice was different from Wei Si's. Instead, it was indescribably cold. Just these 4 words made Jiang Pingji suddenly realize that she was so nervous that she was sweating. What was this person's background? As soon as the musician finished speaking, he raised his hand with distinct joints and caressed the surface of the zither. He did not touch a single string, but the pleasant sound of the zither rippled in the air. Jiang Pingji drew her sword and slashed at the man's vital parts. He did not dodge. His smile deepened. Ding! The god-slaying sword that had never failed seemed to see something transparent. The two collided and made a crisp sound. She was fine, but Wei Si was affected by the sound of the zither. His eyelids felt heavy as if they were filled with lead water. He leaned against the pillar of the pavilion and slid to the ground. Seeing this, Jiang Pingji's eyes were full of danger. There was a hint of bloodthirst in them. Do you want to die? Jiang Pingji said these 3 words and the god-slaying sword fell again. It also met with an invisible layer of light, but that layer of light did not last long. It could not bear the weight and made a cracking sound. The blade attacked the blind musician's neck. He did not move. His body was as agile and soft as water. He easily dodged the knife. I haven't seen you for so many years, but your temperament has not changed at all, the musician said. How can I be at ease when you advance so aggressively? When Jiang Pingji heard this, she frowned and stopped. Who are you? The strength displayed by the zither player did not seem to belong to the people of this world. Jiang Pingji could not figure out the other party's identity and intentions, let alone whether he was a friend or a foe. Wei Si was just beside her, so she could not use her full strength. Instead, her hands and feet were tied. The zither master said, You don't remember. Jiang Pingji laughed angrily. Should I remember who you are? The zither master held the zither to his chest with one hand and stroked the air in front of his eyes with the other. The white cloth that was 3 fingers wide dissipated into specks of light with a white light. When the white cloth disappeared, Jiang Pingji realized that the man was not blind at all. Not only was he not blind, but his eyes were deeper and brighter than ordinary people's. You are, looking at the other person's face, an illusory portrait floated before her eyes. She actually felt that it was somewhat familiar. The zither master said, "You still haven't remembered." With that, the zither player's zither turned into a long sword, which he carried on his back. Jiang Pingji felt as if she had been struck by lightning. The material of this sword was obviously of the same origin as the Zhanshan blade. "You're the one who gave me the god-slaying saber?" The zither master could not help but laugh. "Is that all you remember?" Jiang Pingji stood by the zither table, her right hand holding the hilt of the Zhanshan blade in a death grip. Her eyes stared unblinkingly at the zither master in white. No, it should be the swordsman in white. "Pingji, you've done well." The corners of his lips curled up slightly as he said with a smile, "Sky's brain is extremely cunning and powerful. Although I killed its main body back then, a part of it escaped successfully. For a whole 2,000 years, it has harmed hundreds of low-level planes. This disaster has become a reality. 2 lifetimes. Done well." Jiang Pingji felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She was completely stunned. What 2 lifetimes? Jiang Pingji was stunned on the spot. There was a treasure chest hidden in the depths of her memory. The man's voice was the only key to opening the treasure chest. For a moment, countless memories came pouring in. Jiang Pingji cried out in pain. She held the sword and knelt on one knee. Her heavy breathing was accompanied by cold sweat. In a daze, Jiang Pingji seemed to see the figure of another person appear out of thin air beside her. It was a woman dressed in white. "Is it really okay to let her recover her memory now?" the woman asked the swordsman in white. The swordsman in white raised his hand to receive the woman's soft hand. He placed his palm on hers. "You and I can't stay in this plane for too long. We have to lock up that disaster to prevent a long night from bringing trouble. Let Pingji recover her memory as soon as possible and remember the cause and effect. That way, you and I can rest easy. After she settles the cause and effect here, there are still a lot of things waiting for her in the Federation." The woman was strangely silent for a while. "She drew her sword and slashed you just now. When she recovers her memory, do you think she will show mercy?" The man said, "The body she's using now is just a mortal body. She can't hurt me." Realizing that the two of them had left, Jiang Pingji allowed the majestic memories to engulf her. She fell to the ground and fainted. Although she said she fainted, she didn't actually faint for long. Jiang Pingji opened her eyes expressionlessly and sat on the ground. She casually threw the God of War sword beside her hand. She turned her head to look at Wei Ci. She was stunned for a while before she was sure that she didn't see wrongly. She raised her arms and held him in her arms as if she was holding a treasure that she had lost and found. Looking around, the surface of the pond reflected the sparkling light. It was so bright that it made her eyes soar. She remembered many things. In her dream, she became another Jiang Pingji and killed her way to the throne from a bandit. It seemed like a successful life, but it had endless regrets. She had staked everything on one throw and she actually won the gamble. Even though she knew that both lives were a trap set up by that man and woman, she couldn't blame them. The legacy of the heavenly brain was still there. As the commander of the 7th Army, she shouldered the responsibility of protecting the Federation. She couldn't shirk it. Not to mention entering the trap to capture the heavenly brain, she wouldn't even hesitate to hand over her life. Jiang Pingji raised her hand and rubbed the area between her eyebrows. She regained her strength for a while before she carried Wei Ci out of the waterside pavilion. The yin energy there was heavy and humid. Wei Ci would feel very uncomfortable staying there. Little did she know that Wei Ci's illness of having a cold body had long since recovered. His current condition was much better than in his previous life. Wei Ci woke up in a stuffy heat. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw someone using both hands and feet to encircle him in her arms. The room was burning with charcoal, and 4 or 5 thick blankets were piled on the bed. This familiar situation, Lanting, loosen your grip, if she didn't let go, he would suffocate to death. Oh, it was rare for Jiang Pingji to loosen her hands and feet meekly. Why are you here? Wei Ci looked at her in confusion. Jiang Pingji raised her eyebrows. You don't remember? Wei Ci thought for a while and shook his head, perplexed. He really couldn't remember. Jiang Pingji opened her mouth and said, You had a fever a few days ago, and you were sick for a few days. Wei Ci subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't recall his recent memories. It was as if they were covered with a layer of white gauze, and he couldn't see them clearly. Probably, he was really muddled from his illness. Your Majesty, aren't you going back to the palace to sleep? I'm sick now, and my illness will infect your Majesty. Jiang Pingji's limbs were spread out like a pancake, and she occupied more than half of the bed. I'm not leaving. Without you by my side, I can't sleep. Even in my dreams, I dream that you've been seduced by some annoying zither player. Wei Ci couldn't help but laugh. Fine, I won't leave. But I'm still sick. Bring me another blanket. Jiang Pingji pouted and turned over. She looked at Wei Ci without blinking. In her previous life, Wei Ci was distant, gentle, cautious, and restrained. He was always rational, but his emotions were always fiercely suppressed. Now it was different. There was no melancholy between his brows. Instead, there was a sense of calmness and warmth that made people feel comfortable. This was the real Wei Ci. Everything was as perfect as she had imagined it to be. Jiang Pingji took the opportunity to roll a little and reached out to Wei Ci. No, Pingping wants a hug from Zixiao. Your Majesty is not a 3-year-old child. Don't fool around. It's not good if you get sick. Wei Ci patiently persuaded her with a smile. Jiang Pingji wriggled like a worm and rubbed herself against Wei Ci's side. While he was unprepared, she hugged him and rolled one round. Her toes clamped a blanket and covered her body. Chapter 12-13. Jiang Pingji heard Yang Xi's voice clearly through the military tent. He laughed so hard that he hiccuped. It's a pity that Officer Jiang isn't here. If you, Jiang Nongqin said coldly, disgusting. Yang Xi nodded in agreement. That scene is indeed disgusting. If Officer Jiang sees it, it will inevitably stain your eyes. After a while, Jiang Pingji heard Jiang Nongqin ask Yang Xi. Although Xiao Xiao offended you, you don't have to use such means to deal with him. Even if Jiang Nongqin had completely let it go and did not care about the experience of her youth, she could not bear to see someone use such despicable means to destroy a person. Although Xiao Xiao's life had been predetermined by Yang Tao and his name was already hanging in front of the King of Hell, Yang Xi's move was too vicious. Yang Xi frowned and looked as if he had been wronged. He said bitterly, in Officer Jiang's eyes, I am such a sinister villain. Jiang Nongqin sneered and asked, Do you think you are very kind? The kind and lovely Yang Jingrong was probably the biggest joke of the year. Yang Xi coughed awkwardly and said, I disdain to use such means to deal with Xiao Xiao. If he had done it, then he had done it. If he had not done it, then he had not done it. Yang Xi denied that Xiao Xiao had anything to do with him, so Jiang Nongqin naturally believed him. Then why would he? Yang Si said, when I found Xiao Xiao, he had already been taken by those gangsters. I was only helping him to hide his tracks and preserve his dignity as a gentry's pride. Think about it, if everyone barged in and found him lying on the ground, how ugly would the scene be? So what if he, Yang Si, was petty and vengeful? How did Xiao Xiao scold him in front of him at the banquet at Longshui Hongmen in Shanghai County that he was the son of a prostitute and a born bastard? Those words caused great harm to his soul, and he had not recovered until now. Yang Si did not find someone with great fanfare to disrupt Xiao Xiao and a few gangsters. Instead, he helped him hide his tracks and let him enjoy a few more days. This was a model of repaying evil with good. In terms of eloquence, Jiang Nongqin could not beat Yang Si. Even if others knew about it, Yang Si's fault was at most concealed. Who could do anything to him? Jiang Nongqin said, if the Lord asks, I won't help you hide it. Yang Si did not report it, but he could not hide it for a few days. After all, Xiao Xiao alone could not withstand the repeated torment of a few gangsters. If he had been a day or two later, he would have lost his life. Yang Si found an excuse to borrow someone from Jiang Nongqin's side and directly revealed Xiao Xiao's whereabouts. Jiang Nongqin was keenly aware that something was not right. That was why she came to test Yang Si, which led to the conversation earlier. Yang Si confessed to his crimes and spilled everything in one gulp. Yang Si waved his hand and said, if the Lord asks, I will bear the responsibility alone. Who in the entire military camp did not know that Jiang Nongqin and their lord were of one mind? However, Jiang Nongqin was still loyal to him. She did not take the initiative to report him to the Lord. This could be considered as progress in their friendship. However, Jiang Nongqin said, that's great. You're in charge of the Lord. Yang Si answered vaguely. He subconsciously realized that there was something wrong with Jiang Nongqin's words. Master. Yang Si saw that Jiang Nongqin was about to stand up and leave, so he stood up to send her off. He lifted the curtain of the tent and saw his lord standing outside. Suddenly, Yang Si understood what Jiang Nongqin meant by her words just now. Their friendship was over. This hypocritical plastic flower friendship. Jiang Pingji signaled Jiang Nongqin with her eyes to leave. The latter bowed and left without looking back, leaving Yang Si shivering. Master, his voice was not confident and sounded very weak. Jiang Pingji's face was gloomy. Let's talk inside. Yang Si obediently turned sideways to let Jiang Pingji in. His well-behaved manner was very much like a woman from a good family. Bah! He was really good at pretending. Jiang Pingji said angrily, are you going to confess yourself or do you want me to do it? Yang Si did not know how long Jiang Pingji had been listening outside. He reckoned that she had heard everything that should and should not have been heard. He closed his eyes and chose to confess. Jiang Pingji was angry and amused at the same time. I don't care what personal grudges you have with Xiao Xiao, but you shouldn't hide it and not report it. Jiang Pingji attached great importance to the issue of principles, even if Yang Si did not have any malicious intentions towards her. Moreover, if you want to deal with Xiao Xiao, at least clean up the traces. Don't let people follow the clues and trace it back to you. On one hand, you bear a grudge against Xiao Xiao for insulting you, but on the other hand, you're tormenting your own reputation. Why bother? With Yang Si's ability, if he really wanted to do this flawlessly, Jiang Pingji might not be able to find him so quickly. However, this guy was still showing off after making a mistake. He wished that the whole world could know how petty and vengeful he was. No matter how one looked at him, he deserved a beating. Yang Si heard the protection and shielding in Jiang Pingji's words, and his mood immediately lightened up. I was wrong, my lord. You're right. Jiang Pingji could not be angry anymore. Yang Si bore a grudge against Xiao Xiao because the latter had a cheap mouth and insulted him. There was a reason for it. This is the only time. Don't do it again. After hearing this, Yang Si secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had passed this hurdle. Jiang Pingji said, "That Xiao Xiao. Pack him up and send him to Yang Tao. If he makes it in time, he'll be able to make it to Yang Jian's Memorial Day." Yang Si replied, "Yes." With this matter recorded by Jiang Pingji, Yang Si became even more unscrupulous. Xiao Xiao had been tormented unbearably for the past few days. He was lucky enough to keep his life, but he had become paranoid and anxious. Yang Si asked the military doctor about Xiao Xiao's current condition. The military doctor had a strange and conflicted expression on her face. The closed door is not stable. His lower body is damp and hot. He has symptoms of anal prolapse. Moreover, the qi in his spleen and kidneys is weak. His ascites has been leaking for a long time. The military doctor was originally a female soldier serving in the women's battalion. Because of a battle, she became lame. However, she did not want to retire and go home. She simply followed the doctor in the casualty camp and became an apprentice. She was extremely talented in medicine. After a few years, she could be considered to have surpassed her teacher. Xiao Xiao's appearance was too tragic. He was afraid of male contact. In order to facilitate treatment, he could only be taken care of by the female doctor. The military doctor had seen countless injuries, such as missing arms and legs, having their stomachs and chests cut open by swords, and even having hemorrhoids. However, she had never seen a man who had his posterior forcefully pierced through and was badly mutilated. With one look, she could tell that the situation was very intense. This person won't be around for long. We'll have to clean him up and send him away. It doesn't matter whether we treat him or not, Yang Si said. Is he awake now? The female doctor said, he's already awake, but he's still a little agitated. Yang Si smiled. He wanted Xiao Xiao to be agitated. If he could still remain calm and collected after experiencing such a great humiliation, Yang Si would be worried. Xiao Xiao was staring at the top of the tent with his eyes wide open. When he heard the sound of the tent flap being lifted, he thought that it was the shameless female doctors. He became even angrier. As a man, he had stripped naked in front of a woman and stuck out his chest, letting the other party see his embarrassing parts. Even he felt embarrassed and ashamed, but the woman's expression was calm. It could be imagined that the woman's behavior was unbearably dissolute. Yang Si said, Hey. General Zhao, how have you been? Hearing the man's voice, Xiao Xiao's body subconsciously trembled. He turned his head and looked. A familiar face came into view. It's you. Xiao Xiao clenched his fists in grief and indignation and scolded, Get out. Not only did Yang Si not leave, but he also walked forward and sized Xiao Xiao up from head to toe. There was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. That day, General Zhao insulted me for being the son of a prostitute. Now, I want to ask General, how does it feel to be a prostitute? With just one sentence, Xiao Xiao was so angry that he fainted. Seeing this, Yang Si curled his lips in disinterest. Chapter 12-14. A scholar prefers death to humiliation. Xiao Xiao slowly regained his breath. In his daze, he saw that Yang Si was still there. Blood rushed to his head and he almost fainted again. I didn't want to kill you, nor did I humiliate you. Yang Si sneered, his eyes flashing with mockery. Your life is quite valuable. You can't die now. It would have been fine if you died from anger, but you've recovered. It seems that even the heavens feel that this punishment isn't enough. They want you to continue living and suffer. Reflect on what you've done wrong in the past. Xiao Xiao, this is fate. Xiao Xiao was so angry that his anger surged. Just as he exerted force, he felt a tearing pain from the unspeakable place behind him. He was extremely ashamed and resentful. His enemy was humiliating him in front of him. He was so angry that his entire face turned purple. Seeing this, Yang Si smirked even more. Xiao Xiao wanted to rush over and tear his mouth apart. Humph. Are you done being naughty? Yang Si came out feeling refreshed, looking like he was flushed with success. If she didn't know about his feud with Xiao Xiao, Jiang Nongqin would have suspected that he'd done something worse than a beast. Yang Si pretended to be confused and asked with a smile, Captain Jiang, what's naughty? Jiang Nongqin laughed. Naughty. Hearing the word naughty come out of Jiang Nongqin's mouth, Yang Si, who had always been shameless, felt embarrassed. He was an old man in his 30s. Being called naughty by a girl in the tone of an old mother lecturing her son, no matter how thick-skinned he would still feel embarrassed. I won't offend people who don't offend me. Yang Si said with a thick-skinned face. I was just being naughty. Don't do it again. Jiang Nongqin pursed her lips and held back her laughter. My lord is summoning you for something. Don't be late. She came over to pass on a message and to keep an eye on Yang Si. If this person was too ruthless and angered Xiao Xiao to death, how would they answer to Yang Tao? Yang Si flicked the dust off his clothes and said seriously, my lord must be summoning me for something urgent. I'll go over now. Jiang Pingji didn't have anything to ask Yang Si. She just wanted him to be the messenger to send Xiao Xiao to Yang Tao and to find out what Yang Tao wanted. Su Bei has been eliminated. Apart from Haozhou, Qinzhou, and Zhangzhou, we have taken over all the other territories in Dongqing. We don't have many choices left. Jiang Pingji pointed at the geomantic map. The hidden meaning was obvious. After a short rest, Yang Tao and Huang Song had to deal with one of them. Yang Si was a smart man. He understood what Jiang Pingji meant without further explanation. He narrowed his eyes and pondered. He muttered slowly, if the territory of Dongqing is compared to a person, Haozhou and Qinzhou are the organs, and Zhangzhou is the feet. It was possible to survive without legs, but the internal organs were very important. Once they were dug out, even if they had 3 heads and 6 arms, they wouldn't be able to live for long. Even if it's just a small fight, it can still make people's stomachache. Although it's not fatal, it's still irritating. What does the Lord think? In Yang Si's opinion, he was still inclined to use a knife on Huang Song. First, Yang Tao had just formed an alliance with them, helping them restrain Huang Song and Su Bei's alliance. Although the alliance this time was for both sides to benefit from each other's needs, if they were to backstab each other as soon as they used up their manpower, it would be quite reproachful. Second, Huang Song's territory was in an awkward position. Qinzhou and Haozhou were to the south of Wanzhou, and Zhe County and Hu County were to the north. They were directly at the throat of Jiang Pingji's power. It was like a small circle within a large circle. Huang Song was afraid that Jiang Pingji would take the opportunity to annex him, and Jiang Pingji was also afraid that Huang Song would stir up trouble. If she didn't deal with Huang Song and instead went to fight Yang Tao, she would have to be completely out of her mind. Therefore, Jiang Pingji had Yang Si escort Xiao Xiao as a gesture of goodwill. Analyzing it from another perspective, this was also a strategy of befriending the distant and attacking the nearby. Yang Si's words were exactly what Jiang Pingji was thinking. Jiang Pingji smiled and said, "That's exactly what I meant. Is Jing Rong confident that you can handle this matter?" Yang Si stood up to accept the order. He bowed and said, "I won't let you down." Poor Xiao Xiao didn't know that after he was physically and mentally exhausted, he still had to meet the son of his old enemy. In this alliance, Yan Lin didn't approve of Yang Tao personally commanding the main army. However, his lord was stubborn, so Yan Lin could only take a step back. However, this was also the biggest concession he could make. As the lord, Jiang Pingji could still charge and break through enemy lines at the front lines, while Yang Tao could only squat in the rear and grow mushrooms. His bones were rusty. Although the march was boring, the thought of his father's murderer being right in front of him made Yang Tao feel refreshed. He was full of energy and vigor. He waited and waited. He waited for Su Pei to arrive. He waited anxiously, but Xiao Xiao still didn't show up. "My lord." "Great news," Yang Tao yawned as he picked up his brush and read the bamboo slips. He wasn't good at paperwork. Usually, he could beg Yan Lin to write for him. But now that he was leading the army, Yan Lin already had a heavy burden on his shoulders. Yang Tao didn't want to add to his burden. Xiaoyang was such a good person. He couldn't possibly tire him out. While he was still in a daze, Yan Lin entered the tent like a gust of wind. Although he left in a hurry, he didn't lose his elegance. He was still elegant and charming. Great! Great news! Yang Tao suddenly came to his senses. The tip of his brush paused, and black dots of ink stained the bamboo slips. There was a genuine smile on Yan Lin's face. His joy was radiating from the inside out. Even his pure eyes were brimming with happiness. "Xiaoyang, where did the joy come from?" Yan Lin said, "Xiao Xiao has been found." "Xiao Xiao? Where is that thief now?" Yang Tao's eyes widened in anger. The murderous aura had dispelled his original pure temperament, giving him a dignified air of a brave general. Yan Lin said, "General Lanting's military advisor, Yang Si, has personally escorted Xiao Xiao. He's waiting outside the tent." Yang Tao hurriedly said, "Quick, invite him in." He then walked to the knife rack in the tent and took down a large sword. This was his late father, Yang Jian's favorite sword. It was also a rare keepsake that reminded Yang Tao of his father. He always carried this sword with him, hoping to use it to cut off Xiao Xiao's head. Years ago, a bowl of poisoned wine caused Yang Jian to bleed from every orifice. His body convulsed for a day and a night before he died in extreme pain. Yang Tao still remembered how hopeless he was that day and night. He watched helplessly as his father died in pain. All these years, he had been imagining how he would avenge his father if Xiao Xiao appeared in front of him. His long-cherished wish was about to come true. Yang Tao felt like he was living in a dream. Yang Tao craned his neck. He didn't expect Yang Si to be the only one who entered the tent. "Where's Xiao Xiao?" Yang Tao resisted the urge to look around. More importantly, Yan Lin was still watching him. He didn't dare. A faint smile appeared on Yang Si's face. He said cautiously, "This man doesn't look well. He shouldn't be seen in public. I don't want to dirty Lord Jing's eyes and nose." Yang Tao let out an "aw." His rising anger stopped for a moment because of Yang Si's honorific, and then gradually subsided. It was the first time someone called him that. "What's wrong with Xiao Xiao?" Yan Lin's eyebrows flattened. He sharply noticed that Yang Si's words about eyes and nose were inappropriate. According to normal language habits, Yang Si should have said Lord Jing's eyes and nose. The addition of the word nose made Yan Lin overthink. Yang Si paused and said awkwardly, "Xiao Xiao has a chronic problem of rectal prolapse and incontinence." When he found out that he was going to see Lord Jingza, he panicked and Chapter 12-15. Rectal Prolapse and Incontinence. Yang Tao was slow to react and imagine the scene. He wrinkled his nose and showed a disgusted expression. Yang Si didn't seem to notice Yang Tao's reaction. He apologized on behalf of Jiang Pingji for not bringing Zhao Xiao to Yang Tao immediately. Not to mention anything else, the looks of the talents in Jiang Pingji's camp were above average. Even Yang Si, who was a beast in human form, could pretend to be a gentleman with outstanding manners. It made people unconsciously let down their guard. After all, humans were visual animals. His ally's attitude was so good. He even sent his confidant to personally escort Zhao Xiao. Yang Tao's resentment disappeared without a trace. He waved his hand and said, "You can't blame Lanting. Zhao Xiao is extremely cunning. It wasn't easy to capture him alive. If Zhao Xiao hadn't been so good at escaping, Yang Tao wouldn't have been able to avenge his father now. He would have thrown Zhao Xiao into a basin of venomous insects 800 years ago and let him be devoured and torn apart by millions of poisonous insects." Yang Si didn't follow the script. Instead, he showed a strange expression. Yang Tao asked in surprise, "Is there something wrong?" Yang Si answered with a bitter smile, "It's indeed difficult to say. Zhao Xiao is cunning, but he's a fool who thinks he's smart. On the day the Barbican city fell, he stole a lot of money and prepared to disguise himself as a refugee to escape. Unfortunately, his disguise was too fake. A group of refugees with evil intentions mistook him for a single woman. Unfortunately, he was trapped in a wolf's den and lost his chastity in his old age. If not for that, my lord would have found Zhao Xiao earlier and sent him to the Duke of Jingze. Who knew that something unexpected would happen? That's why we were delayed." Yang Si's implicit use of "lost his chastity in his old age" was really clever. It fully demonstrated the quality of an experienced driver. Yang Tao was stunned. He didn't understand the meaning immediately. Yan Lin, who was beside him, understood and had a strange expression on his face. Yang Si said that Zhao Xiao had rectal prolapse and incontinence. Now he said that he was trapped in a wolf's den and lost his chastity in his old age. The benevolent see benevolence, the wise see wisdom. Yang Tao was slow. When he understood the meaning of Yang Si's words, he almost choked on his own saliva. That Zhao Xiao, did he really encounter such a tragedy? Yang Tao had a horrified look on his face as a trace of disgust flashed across his eyes. "If I remember correctly, Zhao Xiao's age is not much different from my father's by 2 years. At this age, he actually, cough, this is retribution." Yang Tao really wanted to meet those brave warriors. What kind of eyes did they have? How could a man in his 40s have the heart to do such a thing? It was one thing for him to kiss her, after all, it wasn't a rare thing for men to be attracted to him. But why did he mistake Zhao Xiao for a delicate woman? An old man in his 40s, a beautiful woman. His living environment had limited Yang Tao's imagination. Yang Si echoed, "Yeah, who said it wasn't?" His mission this time was to strengthen the friendship of his allies, and at the same time, to test their intentions and let them see their sincerity. Yang Tao hated Zhao Xiao so much, so why didn't Yang Si follow his wishes and step on Zhao Xiao a few more times? Not only could he vent his anger, but he could also strengthen their friendship, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The two of them chatted happily, unbeknownst to them that Zhao Xiao was so ashamed and resentful that he wanted nothing more than to find a wall and kill himself. The female doctor from before had said that Zhao Xiao's illness was that the door couldn't close properly, and it couldn't keep the dirty stuff in his intestines. In other words, his anus was so loose that it didn't have any elasticity. If he exerted just a little more strength, he might incontinence, and the dirty stuff that had gathered in his intestines would be excreted uncontrollably. He knew about his illness and had been careful not to make any big movements, trying his best to maintain his final demeanor. Who knew that Yang Si was so despicable that he revealed his true intentions when Xiao Xiao's nerves were tense? This scared Xiao Xiao so much that he loosened his grip on his lower abdomen, and the soft, smelly stuff flowed down his anus and stained his clothes. Xiao Xiao couldn't forget the smile and mockery in Yang Si's eyes before he left. He was so ashamed and resentful that he wanted to die. However, Xiao Xiao soon had no time to resent Yang Si, because he was about to face a life-and-death crisis. Xiao Xiao had seen Yang Tao before. At that time, Yang Tao was just a little boy who followed his father Yang Jian around. Many years had passed, and the kid from that day had grown up to be a threat to his life. This caused Xiao Xiao's expression to darken. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Yang Tao didn't expect Xiao Xiao to be in such a sorry state. His exposed skin was covered in bruises that hadn't faded yet. Xiao Xiao. Yang Tao called out tentatively, holding the broadsword in his hand. Xiao Xiao snorted coldly, not deigning to talk to Yang Tao. Yang Tao said, "You're still being stubborn even when death is at your doorstep." Only then did Xiao Xiao open his mouth and say mockingly, "Do you think you'll let me go if I beg for mercy?" Yang Tao shook his head. "Of course not. The hatred of my father's murder is absolutely irreconcilable. You dared to commit such beastly acts back then, so you should know what will happen today." Xiao Xiao snorted heavily and said with disdain, "Your father Yang Jian deserved to die. Even if he didn't die by my hands, he wouldn't have lived for long." A mere insect egg dared to hit a rock. Such an overconfident insect won't be able to escape death sooner or later. Yang Tao drew his broadsword angrily, but stopped just as he was about to chop down. His father, Yang Jian, had suffered for a day and a night before dying in agony. If he killed Xiao Xiao with a single slash, wouldn't he be letting this traitor off easy? Xiao Xiao broke out in a cold sweat. Once again, he lost control of his anus and emitted a foul stench. This reaction made Xiao Xiao both angry and fearful. Yang Tao also smelled something fishy. He looked at Xiao Xiao with a faint smile. Xiao Xiao was extremely embarrassed and regretted that Yang Tao hadn't slashed down with his broadsword. If he had died, he wouldn't have had to suffer Yang Tao's humiliation. Xiao Xiao forced himself to maintain his dignity. "You don't believe me. What's your father's background? So what if he became an official through a military career? He's just a lowly military officer with a shallow foundation." Such a despicable person wanted to use the merit of rescuing the emperor to bypass the aristocratic families and take control of Jiangzhou's Dongmen County. Who gave him the face to do so? He thinks he's a big shot, but he doesn't know how many people's interests he's hindered. Even if I hadn't done anything, your father Yang Jian wouldn't have been able to escape the hands of others. Speaking of which, you should be thanking me. If I hadn't intervened and saved Yang Jian's life, do you think you'd still be alive? It's because Yang Jian's death intimidated a group of restless people that you're still alive. Although Xiao Xiao was a despicable person, he was able to become a famous scholar in Dongmen County. Yang Tao's anger surged again. He yelled, "You old bastard!" Just as he was about to step forward, Yan Lin raised a hand to stop the enraged Yang Tao. "Xiao Yang," Yan Lin said, "calm down. Don't be affected by him." Yang Tao quickly calmed down, but he still felt indignant. "This person has a glib tongue and can distort the truth," Yan Lin said. "He's not lying." The situation at that time was indeed not good. He had reminded Yang Jian many times to be careful, but Yang Jian trusted others too much and was overconfident. That's why he fell for it. Yang Tao stood rooted to the ground. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Chapter 12-16. Young Jian's family background wasn't low. His ancestors had once been high-ranking officials. However, this bit of foundation was nothing compared to the local aristocratic families of the Eastgate County, which had many meritorious deeds and deep roots. Young Jian treated them with sincerity, but he didn't know that they were just pretending. Yan Lin didn't want Yang Tao to follow in his father's footsteps. He didn't want Yang Tao to be like his father, foolishly treating wolves as his best friend. It will be the Lord's death anniversary in a few days. It won't be too late to kill Zhao Xiao then and pray to the Lord's spirit in heaven. Yang Tao didn't say anything. Yan Lin continued, I sent people to catch many non-poisonous snakes. Although they are not as powerful as the basin, they can still be used. Zhao Xiao trembled and looked up at Yan Lin in disbelief. He didn't expect that Yan Lin, who looked like a gentleman, would imitate the devil concubine and give Yang Tao such an evil idea. Not only did he come up with the idea, he even caught a bunch of snakes. You can't spoil your son like this. Ah! Yang Tao was shaken. He said reluctantly, fine, let's do it. Don't let Zhao Xiao die too easily. Zhao Xiao shouted anxiously. Yang Tao, don't you dare. Humans were born with a fear of snakes. When Zhao Xiao thought of countless long worms crawling and biting his body, he regretted it again. It would have been better if Yang Tao had chopped him down, it would have been better than living like this. Yang Tao was as vicious as a snake or a scorpion. Zhao Xiao used to be afraid of death, but he later realized that what was worse than death was living a life worse than death. Why wouldn't I dare? Yang Tao said matter-of-factly. Avenging my father is a righteous thing to do. Zhao Xiao felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. He was stunned. He thought that Yang Tao would care about his reputation and not use torture like the basin. He didn't expect Yang Tao to be even more ruthless. You will regret this. Zhao Xiao clenched his teeth. You tortured a famous scholar. You will be condemned by everyone. Zhao Xiao's biggest advantage now was his family background and identity. Unfortunately, the chips in his hands were not as heavy as he thought. If his family background was really useful, Zhao Xiao wouldn't have been humiliated by a few gangsters. This was a chaotic world, and playing politics was not suitable for this era. Only strength was the most powerful capital. Yang Tao said righteously, not avenging the father for the son, this is the behavior that will be condemned by all. When Zhao Xiao poisoned Yang Jian, why didn't he think about what would happen to him today? Serves you right. Yang Si waited until the day of Yang Jian's death was over before he hurried back. At the same time, he brought along Yang Tao's document for Jiang Pingji. Sigh, you really can't judge a book by its cover. That Yan Xiaoyang looks so gentle, but I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. Yang Si snatched Qiguan Rang's feather fan and fanned himself, causing Qiguan Rang to roll his eyes. She asked, Yan Xiaoyang. What happened to him? Yang Si clicked his tongue. That Yan Xiaoyang threw Zhao Xiao into the snake pit on the day of Yang Jian's death. Who knew what snake cave he had dug to find so many non-venomous black spike snakes? Every snake had their teeth pulled out, and they had to starve for a few days. TSK, Zhao Xiao was stripped naked and shivered in the snake pit for a whole day. In the end, he was so exhausted that he was scared to death. His death was much worse than Yang Jian's. There were many details that Yang Si hadn't mentioned yet. After Zhao Xiao was stripped naked, his condition of anal prolapse worsened. The black spike snakes were starving. They had the heart to eat humans, but they didn't have the teeth to eat humans. In the end, they surrounded Zhao Xiao and burrowed into any hole they could find. You can figure out the deeper content on your own. If a life for a life was a business deal, Xiao Xiao's deal was too much of a loss. His death was 100 times more tragic than Yang Jian's. Because Xiao Xiao's death was too tragic, Yang Xi was too embarrassed to continue defaming him. After Jiang Pingji heard this, she said confidently, "I'm afraid it was to make an example out of him." Yang Tao's personality wasn't gentle, but he wasn't dignified either. As a lord, he was still lacking. From Jiang Pingji's understanding of the past few days, Yang Tao's forces weren't united. The original Dongqing and Nanqing's forces had formed two different groups. The power struggle between the various parties was intense. Yan Lin didn't hesitate to gamble his name and use such cruel methods. It wasn't just to avenge Yang Jian, it was also to intimidate those who were ready to make trouble. It was simple and brutal, but very effective. With Su Bei's death, Huang Song withdrew his troops, and Yang Tao prepared to lead his troops back to Zhangzhou. Jiang Pingji's side also started to get busy. Zhe County was the Su family's base camp. Su Bei was dead, but the other members of the Su family were still there. If Jiang Pingji wanted to completely control Zhe County, she couldn't bypass them. In comparison, Hu County was much simpler. In the past few years, Hu County had experienced three masters, Wu Mashang, Su Fei, and Su Pei. Its vitality had been greatly damaged. The aristocratic families and squires didn't have the ability to cause trouble. They could only let Jiang Pingji do whatever she wanted. Jiang Pingji didn't have much else, but she had many troops, horses, and machetes. Of course, the local forces in Zhe County couldn't cause trouble even if they wanted to. Why? Remember when Qing Yuan and Qin Gong conquered Zhe County and secretly pretended to be bandits to plunder and loot everywhere? That torment greatly damaged the strength of each family. Jiang Pingji was too domineering, so they could only temporarily submit to her and plan for the future. Zhe County was their home ground. How could they let a strong foreign dragon occupy it? Jiang Pingji really overpowered the local tyrant and placed her own people in the most important positions in Zhe County. She had Han Yu in the civil and Qin Gong in the military. Both of them were flattered. They thought that based on their situation, they would at least need to be observed for a while before they could really be put in important positions. Han Yu had a strong foundation in Zhe County, and Qin Gong was also a local of Zhe County. If they wanted to cause trouble, it would be too easy. Jiang Pingji wasn't worried. It was impossible for the aristocrats of Zhe County to instigate them to defect. War is fun for a while, but the aftermath is a crematorium. This was what Jiang Pingji had been thinking for the past few days. If she didn't have more and more people working for her, such heavy labor could really crush people to death. As the Lord, Jiang Pingji took a break from her busy schedule. She didn't even have time to take a nap before Wei Ci caught her. Zixiao, Wei Ci said, "A letter from Wanzhou." Letter. Jiang Pingji took it, opened the seal, and took out the letter inside. She read 10 lines at a glance. Master Wenfu is sick. After Qing Sun's death, there was only the end of the war. Qing Yuan begged to carry his spirit to the north. Wei Ci sighed. He lost his son when he was middle-aged, and the old sent off the young. Master is also old, and he can't stand the stimulation. Qing Cheng's previous life was much more miserable than this one. Not only did he lose his eldest son, but he also lost his second son, Qing Yuan. His 3 daughters died in the prime of their lives. Madame Qing, who had been in love with him all her life, couldn't stand the continuous blows and died of illness. On the way to the south, only Qing was left. When the Jiang dynasty was established, Qing, as the first historian, went against the heavens and the earth. Later, he helped the emperor establish a relatively perfect examination system to select people. He unknowingly offended many influential families. No matter how others attacked him or how the influential families tempted him, he turned a blind eye. Chapter 12:17. Ching Cheng's condition was far more serious than what was described in the letter. At one point, he was unconscious. All the famous doctors in Wanzhou were invited to take a look. Some gave him prescriptions while others vaguely told his family to be mentally prepared. Mrs. Ching refused to accept reality. She changed her tearful dejection and went to ask if there were any better doctors. The result was disappointing. The Ching family was in a gloomy mood. Ching Yuan was even more devastated. He had to organize the funeral of his eldest brother, Ching Sun, and take care of his seriously ill father and his exhausted mother. Not long after, he looked a lot more haggard and his whole body was thinner. Ching Yuan regretted it more than once. If he had sent someone to capture Ching Sun earlier and not given him the chance to kill himself, perhaps he wouldn't have died. However, he also knew that Ching Sun was ready to die. How could it be so easy to stop him? Second Lang Jun, someone has sent a visitation card. Ching Yuan took a deep breath and tried to dispel the tiredness of a sleepless night. He reached out and took the visitation cards. He glanced at the contents and signatures of the cards and forced himself to be alert. Quickly bring Master Yuanjing and Master Feng to the side hall. I'll go over after I wash up. Don't neglect our guests. Ching Cheng, Feng Ren, and Yuanjing were colleagues and had a good personal relationship. Now that Ching Cheng was seriously ill, the other two naturally had to visit. Ching Yuan braced himself to receive them. Feng Ren asked about Ching Cheng's condition. Master Yuanjing frowned and was deep in thought. My father vomited several times last night. He has a high fever. The doctor used all kinds of methods, but it didn't work. Instead, his condition is getting worse. Ching Yuan thought of his father lying unconscious on the hospital bed. His eyes turned red. When he was seriously ill and unconscious, he was still muttering, Dalong. It was obvious how much the death of his eldest brother, Ching Sun, had affected his father. Ching Yuan didn't even dare to sleep now. He was afraid that Ching Cheng would die. Thank you for visiting, Master. If my father wakes up, I will send a servant to inform you immediately. Feng Ren sighed and thought of Ching Cheng's dream a long time ago. Ching Sun's death was foreshadowed. Thinking of Feng Ju and Feng Jin, Feng Ren couldn't help but have the same worry. Just when Feng Ren was about to speak, Master Yuanjing, who was at the side, said, May I ask if Gong Liao knows Wen Fu's birth date? Ching Yuan was stunned and shook his head in confusion. May I know what you need my father's 8 characters for? The primordial era was different from other eras. People attached great importance to the 8 characters of one's birth. Every time a baby was born, its parents would write down its 8 characters and lock it in a box that had been prepared in advance. This was because newborn children had weak yang qi and could easily attract evil beings. Locking the 8 characters was equivalent to locking the child's life. The parents would only open the box when the child reached the age of engagement. Under normal circumstances, only a few extremely close relatives would know the date of birth. As a son, Ching Yuan was not among them. Master Yuanjing said, Wenfu's illness is very serious this time. I'm worried that it might be the work of evil spirits. At that time, people were still very superstitious. As Master Yuanjing was a capable old faker, no one doubted his words. Ching Yuan told his mother about this matter. Mrs. Cheng seemed to have grabbed onto the last straw and hurriedly wrote down the 8 characters of her husband, Ching Cheng. When Master Yuanjing received Ching Cheng's 8 characters, he frowned at a glance. When he calculated it carefully, his eyebrows were even tighter than before. Mrs. Ching asked anxiously, Master, what's wrong with my husband? Could it be that he's possessed by evil spirits? Master Yuanjing pondered for a while and said, It's a blessing in disguise. Mrs. Ching, don't worry. Wenfu's serious illness is an auspicious sign. Mrs. Ching was stunned. Her eldest son committed suicide by hitting the wall, and her husband's life was hanging by a thread. Such a tragic situation was an auspicious sign. Her expression changed. Master Yuanjing quickly tried to salvage the situation. Mrs. Ching, I'll tell you the truth. Wenfu's 8 characters are extremely dangerous. Master Yuanjing said, according to fate, a man loses 2 sons and a daughter when he's middle-aged. After a few years of hardship, he loses his wife one after another. This is the fate set by the heavens. It's extremely difficult to change the mortal body. Wenfu is seriously ill now because his fate has been changed by external forces. The originally dangerous fate has turned into an auspicious one. With such a big change, the mortal body can't bear it. Naturally, he'll be sick for a while. At midnight tonight, Wenfu's condition should improve. He'll wake up at dawn. Mrs. Ching saw that Master Yuanjing was so sure. She was less worried. If that's the case, my husband will be safe. Master Yuanjing nodded. Of course. Mrs. Ching said, I'm not a member of the Xianmen. I don't know about fate, but I do know that it's difficult to change one's fate. Master Yuanjing said, it's difficult to change one's fate, but it's not for people with great luck. Those who follow the will of heaven will be treated well. With Master Yuanjing's guarantee, Mrs. Ching felt more at ease. Feng Ren had a strange expression. He asked privately, is what you said true? Regardless of whether others believed it or not, Feng Ren didn't. What Master Yuanjing said was very suspicious. He didn't sound like a fortune teller. Instead, he sounded like a brainless army that Jiang Pingji hired at a high price. What did he mean by, those who follow the will of heaven will be treated well? From a political perspective, didn't it imply that the will of heaven was on Jiang Pingji's side? Was going against her the same as going against the will of heaven? The emperors in history had the same temperament. They liked to cheat the gods. There would always be anomalies before and after they were born. It was as if they weren't destined to be the son of heaven if they didn't have anomalies. For example, the crops in their hometown had 9 ears on one stalk, the house was lit up the night before one was born, and the mother dreamed of the son when she was pregnant. Such mythical content was just political propaganda and fooling the people. Master Yuanjing couldn't help but laugh. Of course it's true. He told the truth. Whether others believed it or not was none of his business. Not to mention that others didn't believe it, Master Yuanjing didn't want to believe it either. It wasn't a good thing that the will of heaven was unpredictable. Cheng Cheng's fate could be changed by external forces. The fate of the real son of heaven could also be changed. Feng Ren frowned. The balance in his heart gradually tilted. I'll send you 2 sets of the 8 characters tomorrow. Can you read them? There's no need to be too detailed. Seeing the end of Qing Sun and Qing Yuan, Feng Ren was also worried about his 2 sons. Master Yuanjing said, there's no need to send me off. Feng Ren blurted out, why? Master Yuanjing said in a narrating tone, Xianda wants to read the fortunes of 2nd Langjun and 3rd Langjun, right? Feng Ren said, which parent in the world is willing to see their children die before their parents? 3rd Langjun should have a rich and noble life. He deviated from the orthodox path but had an adventure. 2nd Langjun is different. His official career is bumpy and he's depressed. Master Yuanjing said, however, their fate has changed. My cultivation is limited. I can't see what it looks like after their fate has changed. Their fate has changed too. Feng Ren's mood was like a roller coaster. It was up and down. Yes, Master Yuanjing said, but you can rest assured that there's no blood disaster for now. In other words, no matter what the outcome was, both of them should be able to survive. Feng Ren had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He said after a while, "It's good that they're alive." Chapter 12:18. Zuda, what are you thinking about? Master Yuanjing saw that Tang Yao was lost in thought and the tea was spilling. He could not help but wake him up. Tang Yao was shocked. He almost got scalded by the teapot. He quickly put the hot teapot on the tea mat and returned to his normal sitting position. "Master, I was distracted just now," Master Yuanjing sighed. "What were you thinking about just now?" Tang Yao stuttered. His mind was in a mess. There was too much to think about. "I was thinking about Master Cheng's house." Tang Yao respected his master too much. He was not even willing to answer half-heartedly. He told the truth. There are two things. Obeying Lu Shi is obeying the heavenly mandate. Master once said that the changes in the Zhou Tian are endless. Therefore, the mysteries of heaven cannot be revealed and fate cannot be calculated. As for the two Langjuns of the Feng family, what you can say is definitely what you can say. Then, is there anything that you can't say? I have been analyzing things recently and I feel that. Tang Yao's voice became softer and softer as he spoke. His face was full of worry. His initial impression of Jiang Pingji was almost zero. However, with the things that happened and the changes in the past few years, he slowly changed his opinion. Even though there was some improvement, it was hard for Tang Yao to accept that Lu Shi was the real emperor. However, his master admired her so much. Tang Yao could only hold it in no matter how uncomfortable he felt. Master Yuanjing smiled. "If the world is unified, which feudal lord do you want it to be?" Tang Yao was stunned by the question. He almost bit his tongue. This. I have never seen the situation under the rule of other feudal lords. I don't know how the people's livelihood is. I can't compare, so I dare not say anything. Even though he was born in an aristocratic family, Tang Yao also wanted the people to live a better life and the world to be peaceful. He insisted on the idea of aristocratic families being the orthodoxy. He felt that this idea could help maintain peace and protect the interests of the aristocratic families at the same time. From this perspective, Tang Yao's ambition was the same as many scholars. They were different routes to the same destination. You're right. Staying in one place is like looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. You can't see more. Only when you travel thousands of miles, see mountains and seas, and experience the prosperity of the world can you compare the advantages and disadvantages of different places. Master Yuanjing smiled. He could tell that Tang Yao was avoiding the question, but he did not ask further. Besides, I never said that obeying Lu Shi is obeying the mandate of heaven. To be precise, it should be Lu Shi obeying the mandate of heaven. Tang Yao shuddered. It was the first time he heard such a firm judgment from Master Yuanjing. He had mixed feelings in his heart, as if countless seasonings had been spilled. The two Langjuns of the Feng family are safe from the blood disaster for the time being, but some people might not be happier to live than to die. Mr. Yuanjing sighed and said, "Think about it. It might not be a good thing for a person with ambition to be trapped in a small place in the wilderness." Tang Yao blinked and asked hesitantly, "Are you referring to Feng Erlang or Feng Sanlang?" Combined with Master Yuanjing's previous words, Jiang Pingji followed the will of the heavens. Her future was limitless. Feng Jin, who had followed her for many years, would not end up in such a situation. If it was not Feng Jin, then it would be Feng Ju. If it was Feng Ju, Tang Yao shook his head and said, seeking benevolence and obtaining benevolence. Ruofing San Lang ending up like this is probably what he wanted. It was Master Yuanjing's turn to be surprised. Zuda knows Feng San Lang. Not really, but I know him a little. Feng San Lang was initiated in the Feng family school. Then, he studied in Shangjing Government School for a few years. His classmates and friends are my friends. According to my friends, Feng San Lang is not someone who is obsessed with power. He doesn't seem to have any ambition to rule the world. When he was young, he was a little rebellious. Outsiders have different opinions about him. Tang Yao shook his head with a regretful expression. Master Yuanjing was interested. He listened to his student talk about Feng Ju's past. As a millennium-old family, the Feng family indeed had its uniqueness. Apart from the family's upright conduct, excellent knowledge and self-restraint, they also had impressive fertility and education skills. It was as if all the talented people were reincarnated into the Feng family. She gave birth to children well and taught them well as well. The Golden Scale Academy also borrowed the Feng family's education methods. Feng Ren even wanted to bring out the Feng family's rules. There were a few thick scrolls with thousands of family rules. Master Yuanjing's heart trembled when he read them. Rebellious? Feng San Lang. Master Yuanjing was surprised. He looked at Feng Ren, Feng Jin, and then at Feng Gue and his two sons who came from their family to visit their old father for the new year. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were a family of gentlemen. How could such a rebellious son appear in such a family? Tang Yao nodded his head heavily. He wore an expression of jealousy, but it was not exactly jealousy. I heard that Feng San Lang is extremely talented and learns at lightning speed. I don't see him studying hard usually, but his results are always hard to catch up to. Feng Ju was probably the kind of scholar who ate, drank, and played all day and still managed to get first place and sit firmly in the top 3. It would be fine if he was a good student, but he was a scum in the eyes of many teachers. This made people very uncomfortable. By right, the children of the Feng family were mostly gentle gentlemen. However, Feng Ju was different. He was rebellious and despised etiquette and the family. Dongqing was particular about filial piety. There was once an official teacher who asked his students to write essays to praise his parents. Feng Ju, who was only 12 years old, wrote an essay about how his parents were unkind. The content was based on the words of a great scholar from the previous dynasty. What is the relationship between a father and a son? The original intention was to express one's lust and desire. What is the relationship between a son and a mother? For example, in the storage bottle, there was a discussion centered on leave, and it became famous. Of course, it also slapped others in the face. At that time, Feng Ren was still the head of the secretariat. It was definitely true love that he did not beat Feng Ju to death. He was like this to his parents and even more indifferent to the family. Everything he did was out of his heart. In layman's terms, I can do whatever I want, and no one can control me. To reiterate, it was true love that Feng Ren did not beat Feng Ju to death. Perhaps that's the case. Feng San Lang's personality is a little eccentric. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done something like helping Huang Song. Tang Yao frowned. It was still a pain in the ass to talk about this. Feng Ju was from a noble family, but he actually turned to Huang Song, the grandson of a eunuch, when the world was in chaos. Tang Yao really wanted to use a hammer to crack open his head to see if it was filled with paste and seawater. Although Tang Yao in his previous life turned to Huang Song in the end, Huang Song's power was vaguely similar to that of the leader of the feudal vassals. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.